Okay, dude, fucking Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there is absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancer as fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, Bob! That's it! Game Awards! Focus on this anymore because all you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. You dude, fucking the fucking channel. Fuck, mommy. Sorry, mommy. Sorry, mommy. Sorry, mommy. Sorry, fucking mommy. Sorry, mommy. Dude, Megaphonics, this is literally just
What's
like
going on,
hitting...
everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny Los Angeles, California, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. It is Saturday, the 6th of September, 2025, 79 degrees with the highs at 86 and the lows at 65 here in sunny Los Angeles, California, folks. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast, and we are live. We're alive, and it's a fantastic day. It's a beautiful day. You already know it's Saturday, and for a lot of people, Saturdays are for the boys, and for this community, Saturday is for Fun Day. Okay, that's right. FIBA over FIFA. Yeah, you already know what it is. Well, FIBA also lets Israel participate, so maybe not so much. But having said that, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are live. We are alive. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. And we got, we're going to put the gaming in the bag, little bro, in a little bit. But it's Saturday Fun Day. But this is the time of the broadcast where I tell you, the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. And of course, a lot took place yesterday, some drama, tumultuous moments, some ups, some downs. We had some issues. You guys, as you know, the thing that the service that I'm using to broadcast to Twitch was getting absolutely blasted because I think people just like hate Kai Cenat. And then they just like tackle this service that he uses, that we all use, a lot of big Twitch streamers use, and then it just cooks everybody else's Twitch broadcast. It is what it is, nothing we could do about it. Anyway, today, hopefully there's not going to be any of those problems. So inshallah, we'll be fine. But having said that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Why am I bringing that up? It's because when that happened multiple times throughout the broadcast, after, every single time that happens, like 10,000 people fucking leave and shit. So I was like, I'm done. I'm out. I'm just not going to stream for the rest of the day. My family's here from Turkey. I'm wearing a Turkey jersey. Okay. My family's here from Turkey. And they're here for Murat's wedding that's coming up. So, there is a lot of commotion at my house. You quit midstream? No, I got forced to quit. I didn't quit midstream, chatter. After 6 hours of the broadcast with massive cuts, I was like, all right, fuck this. I'm going to go hang out with my goddamn family, which is what I did. Now, I didn't rage quit, and it wasn't midstream. It was towards the end of the stream anyway. I was going to play a video game, but unfortunately, I was not able to do so. But but it's fine. I'm going to make up for that today. So stop being silly little billies. We got South Park on the docket. We got, Farm Reacts on the docket. Adapt and Jason's stream got kicked offline like yours 4 to 5 times. That's what I mean. It's like after a certain point, you're just like, I can't do it. Yeah, my cousin brought me this. I wanted to, because I wear I'm on my Jersey arc. Okay, I'm on my Jersey arc. And, but, I didn't have any Turkish jerseys, so I asked my cousin to send me one, to get me one from Turkey. He brought me a soccer one, and he brought me this one too. But it's also it's also probably one of the best times to wear this, because like the Turkish team has been cooking, dude. The Turkish basketball team, the national basketball team, is doing fantastic at this moment. For those of you who don't know, the Turkish men's national basketball team is currently playing, and Turkey survives Swedish comeback for first quarter final. Turkey went from 44 to 37 deficit to a 51 to 44 advantage, going after a 14-0 run. 14-point run, opening an 11-point lead late in the third quarter, and Sweden never recovered. This is Eurobasket, as this is what I'm talking about. Alperen Şengün, obviously 2 days ago, out-dueled the Joker. Okay, so that's a huge one too. Alperen Şengün is for those of you who don't know, he's the big man for the Rockets, and he's dope. He's cool as shit, and he kind of looks like I don't know why, but he kind of looks like a combination of like me and Tadic. If you just like slammed me and Tadic into one person, I feel like that's how he looks. But yeah, here it is. Destroyed Nikola Jokic for a huge win for Turkey over Serbia. Obviously, Serbia has a fucking awesome team, but yeah, he's the GOAT. He's awesome. But I'm not like a big national pride type of person at all, as you guys know. I don't really give a shit, but it's like fun to lean into it every now and then. It's fun to get excited about it, especially because outside of this, the only time I ever feel a sense of pride is when I see LeBron James carrying the American flag in the Olympics. And this is a different experience almost. There's a different experience to that, because I feel like LeBron James is like the best of us. You know what I mean? Like humanity wise, like he has evolved into a different type of deity, a being that's just not like any other human. So, it's cool. How does it feel to be the LeBron in Palestine? Okay, that's crazy. I think she was just being nice yesterday. That's what she was when she said that. People ask like if they know me when she goes back to Palestine. That's like, I don't know. What is this? Why was our offline chat blocked today? We were told to shut the fuck up and suck it up, but our community was blocked with no notice and for no reason. Is it your community then? Do you want us to fuck off? Do you want non-wokies in your community? I don't know what happened, but I assume it's because you guys do this kind of like insane entitlement shit, and like the moderators don't have to put up with that. So I don't know why you guys like assume that everybody is at your beck and call 24/7. Like this is a community surrounding the Twitch streamer HasanAbi Piker. It shouldn't be your only point of existence it shouldn't be your only point of connection to the outside world in any meaningful capacity. And every now and then, like, people decide, but you see, you're doing it. I think this is proof in the pudding. We've never been blocked and offline. See, this is what I mean. You're doing it right now. Okay. You're doing it right now. This is it. This is precisely the reason. It's because you do stuff like this. Okay. You do stuff like this, and that's not good. Don't do it. Don't do it. All right. All right. In any case, please don't do it. All right. So, I feel a sense of pride as a Turk. I'm Mexican. One struggle. We are the table. True. That is true. Yeah, I do wear the other Turkish jersey all the time, which is, of course, the national Mexico jersey. You made offliners touch grass today. Yeah, I don't even know what happened, but I'm not. Don't bring that up here. Don't do it. Don't do that. Okay, so what was I going to say? Hasan, I gave you that kufiya ring. Oh, thank you. I wear it all the time. It's sick. Can you guys see? Yeah. But yeah, where was I? Oh, I watched Hunger Games for the first time ever last night. I had not ever seen Hunger Games, and it's really interesting because like I used to have the biggest crush on Jennifer Lawrence like while she was popping off in the Hunger Games, and yet I never actually saw the Hunger Games, and it reminded me, bro, caught up to 2009. Yeah, I've never seen it. I had never seen any of it, and I watched it with the whole family, and it's great. It's a lot of it was great. It was we watched the first movie and then we watched like pieces of the second movie. It holds up. It holds up. Not out here for labor for arms embargo at LA City Hall. Well, one, I didn't know about it, and two, I wouldn't be able to stream that today regardless because the software that we use, the cloud server that we use for live streaming like that is busted. But you know, there are protests that take place all the time, and much love to them. I mean, I was literally invited to go to the Bernie rally, the Bernie Zohran rally in Brooklyn as well. I didn't go to that either. You know, there are a lot of, and that one I did know about ahead of time, and I was asked to go pull up. Heartbroken, ha ha ha. I'm finally at the DSA LA event and missing HasanAbi. I'm not going to always be at every single DSA LA event, you know? But you guys have to remember, I'm just one guy. I can't be everywhere all at once. So they thought Mockingjay was unfilmable. They thought Mockingjay way unfilmable. Anyway, I really, like I said, I really enjoyed Hunger Games. I mean, it's like as subtle as a heart attack as far as like being an analogy for capitalism. I mean, it's very clearly just like tailored off of the you know, the fall of the Roman Empire. All the characters are Roman. But it's also like, you know, it talks about the mechanisms of offering hope and dividing the working class so that the rulers can dominate. But it's not even like subtle at all. It's just like straight up. They just, you know, it's Battle Royale with cheese. Yeah. Have you seen Battle Royale? I have. I think I saw Battle Royale. Don't spoil it. There's no way that I can actually spoil the Hunger Games for you. This is like saying don't spoil Lord of the Rings, okay? It's a fucking book that's been out for it's like saying don't spoil Harry Potter. The books have been out for decades. The movies have been out for a decade plus. It's so old. Shut up, okay? It's like a part of the collective consciousness at this point. So, you know, that's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I'm going to spoil it. And you can't complain about it. Anyway, there's nothing to even spoil because I haven't seen. You, by virtue of existing and by accident, have probably have more knowledge over the Hunger Games than I do. So it's just like I don't know anything. Like I don't know anything about Hunger Games. You could probably spoil it for me. I don't want you to spoil it. So don't, you know? The author spoke about writing this based on the war on terror when we invaded Afghanistan, them being District 12 and the U.S. being the capital. That's also interesting, and it kind of makes sense, obviously, because I've heard people talk about how this is like analogous to like Israel doing stuff. Because I remember like some of the later ones, like there's like a bombing of a hospital or something, and people say like, oh, this is so similar to like what happened with Israel or whatever. And I just like I assume that that's it's going to inevitably tackle imperialism, because it's like very clearly talking about like fascism, mechanisms of distraction, things of that nature. So anyway, yeah, it's cool. I liked it. Woke up early, worked out, got a lift in, did some deadlifts. And my whole family's here, and there's just so much chaos and commotion in the background. I'm gonna try to exist while all that noise is happening back there. But is Kai enjoying the extra fam around the house? I mean, she's extra tired. She also has like some Turkish foulard that my mom put around her, like the thing that like belly dancers put around their bellies usually to make noise. Kaya has around her neck right now. She loves that. My mom does. My mom was putting that scarf around her neck, and then she just like makes noise like coins slapping against a coin purse every time she walks. But yeah. That's it. That's it. So, like a cowbell. Most critical was in Hunger Games. I know. I heard that 1,000 times from you guys in the chat. Okay, calm down. What is this? Someone sent me this clip. Fucked up? Is it fucked up that my favorite part of this process is beating the asses of people who come in without paying? Yo, you think you can shower? What are you fucking crazy?
He has a punching glove?
Oh, you're freaking out? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you think we got handouts? This ain't a charity.
Oh, his park sucks.
Yo, what the hell? Okay, that's a aggressive reaction to my beautiful water park. Like, what the hell's going on? That's crazy. Get the hell. Can you kill him?
What is this? A 0-star resort? Can't relate. He should work on that.
That's crazy. I was just, what is this? Why? I am just starting, okay, this blossoming new industry. It's kind of crazy. Also, how do you not even know that like one of the key components of owning a water park is having boxing gloves and using it on people who don't pay. So it's crazy that like she didn't even know that and she's talking shit about my water park. That's weird. Okay, so what is this? What is this? POV, your man thought he was protesting ICE? What?
Hey, y'all be careful. They're arresting people at work here. Hardworking Americans who build, the ones who do all your landscaping, work on your cars, fix all your stuff. They come
Thick Neck Ed or something?
Coming out here taking them all. They're coming out here just taking everybody at work. Be careful, everybody. Don't go to work today.
Where you work, child sex crimes, so.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Never mind. He's a fucking weirdo. Never mind. He's a fucking pedo.
If you guys could do me a favor? No. So one of the goals that we try to do with stuff like this is we really try to get a lot of people have a lot of victims out there and they don't like.
Your man thought he was protesting ICE? I mean, that is ICE's job as well. They just don't really do that as much any longer. Look at his face on the rewatch.
You guys could do me a favor? No. So one of the goals that we try to do with stuff like this is we really try to get a lot of people have a lot of victims out there and they don't like to talk to us.
Got you.
Like they feel embarrassed about things. So just our goal is to save children out here. So
absolutely. I'm 100% with that. This is the good guy. This is the good guy right there. We saving children.
Yeah. I mean, this could be true. It is literally a part of the job. That's not a joke. That's not a joke. ICE has a child sex trafficking crimes division. Except, this is so funny. I don't know if you guys can hear the little clinging in the background, but she's trying to drink. She's drinking water, and the the fucking little coins on her neck are hitting the corner of the water fountain. I don't know if she likes it. Yeah. But yeah, ICE took over some of the components that like other federal law enforcement used to do. Like FBI would do this, and I think still do to a certain degree, like sex trafficking across borders, things of that nature, international sex trafficking. And before the Department of Homeland Security and before ICE existed, pre War on Terror, pre 9/11, there was the INS, which was that was like the government department tasked with handling immigration, which is of course a civil violation. So it was never like this militant. Did they do raids back then, or not raids necessarily, but like did they like still engage in like deportations? Of course they did, but ultimately it was far less militant, far less broad, and it wasn't like it was not the same thing it is now, right? But then when they developed ICE, they were like, well, we got to justify its existence, and part of that was delegating the responsibility that like the FBI previously was tasked with dealing with, like, sex trafficking of minors and people with CP, shit like that. So ICE does do that. The problem, however, is that ICE doesn't do that anymore because Donald Trump literally fucking was like, hey, some of the only reasonable things that this agency is tasked with, we shouldn't let them do that because that takes away from deporting. That takes away from deporting the random Guatemalan guy that's working at a factory. Also, if ICE actually wants to target, pedophile sex traffickers, maybe they should start with the White House. Oh, zing. Got him. Did you see Kufi Radio going wild? What's the Kufi Radio?
We are witnessing the rise of anti-Semitism around the world like never before. For many poor elderly Jews, their dream of making Aliyah one day and coming home to Israel is extremely difficult, if not impossible. But
for many poor older Jews, they can't make Aliyah. And as Christians, we must send these Jews to the desert. The older, the better. Christians United for Israel, yeah.
You can change all of that today for one precious Jew, even in a time of war.
Dude, God damn it, dude. The Christian evangelical Zionists are so crazy. They just straight up, they're so insane. They go from philo-Semitism to anti-Semitism. Obviously, so much of it still obviously stems from like just otherization of Jews and shit too. But like, they do unironically think, like some of them do unironically think like Jews are magic money people. Oh my God. Some of them think Jews are magic money people and that's good. And we should preserve them and we should protect them and send them to Israel regardless. And then the others are like, Jews are magic money people and I'm actually afraid of them and they're bad for that reason. But we should still send them to the desert regardless so that Jesus Christ can come back and do the rapture. They're literally just posting on Maine. They're just such freaks, dude. Like, it is so crazy. Everything sucks. Everything is so ass that it'll never not be funny, but also awful that we are at the mercy of some of the dumbest, most insane people in American society right now. Like, American society is just straightforwardly dominated by some of the dumbest, most psychotic individuals that are basically hallucinating an alternative reality at any given moment, and we just have to deal with it. Like, we have to take their concerns seriously. The government is going to take initiatives to deal with the problems that they have hysterically decided exists. Very cool. Very awesome. It's just super violent for no reason. And it is unironically cooking this nation's future as well. Like, you got on the one hand, RFK Jr. talking about Tylenol giving people autism. Vaccines are giving people autism. I think childhood polio should make a big comeback, you know, things of that nature. And then also on the other hand, you got this kind of people too. Fantastic. Anyway, did you guys see Eddington? Okay, I asked that to the dudes yesterday because we were talking about like BLM protests and stuff like that, and I thought it would be interesting to hear their perspective if they had seen it. But you know, because I feel like a lot of people didn't really appreciate Eddington in the way that I did, and I'm an advocate for it. So yeah, we're obviously gonna be talking about Trump makes announcement. Trump posts about invading Chicago for deportations. Department of War name change. ICE raid. Speed has been having issues IRL. I feel bad for the guy. U.S. infrastructure failing him. I think it's also the infrastructure that he's using for the cloud software that he's using. I mean, they're also fucking stupid that they're forcing our Latino Nazi to go the Richard Spencer route. Yeah, I have seen that. I think it's more cynical than because I track a lot of the Nick Fuentes movements, and I think it's his like recent posturing is a lot more cynical than you would think. But in any case, hold on. Trump posts about. We'll talk about that too. Trump posts about invading Chicago for deportations. Department of War name change. ICE raid on Hyundai facility. Also clout software. Yeah, it's clout software, King. You got it. Zohran X Bernie rally and more. Actual gaming later. Get in now. Russia hacked IRL toolbox so America's hardest workers, streamers, won't be able to be as productive, bringing the whole economy to a crumbling halt. Yeah. I did not see the Dick Zuckerberg hot mic, but I assume it's I assume it's real. I heard about it. Where is do we have a blast off meme or what? We'll spoil the Metal Gear 3 Solid sleepover. Okay, we haven't figured out how to do that. We haven't figured out how to do it yet, but I'm working on it. I'm working on planning it. Like we have events in motion right now. Do you think it's unrelated that Hyundai isn't American in origin? What? Where am I? Everyone is tired of your gaming lies. Bro, I was gonna do gaming yesterday and I couldn't because IRL toolkit got cooked. Do you have a blast off meme or not? Explain yourself. What is this?
My name is Travis Kelce. It's game day, baby!
This is a guy that definitely put the black square on his Instagram account in 2020. The cardigan, I feel like I'm looking at a fucking mirror. I'm looking at my old self. It's like a shameful moment in my history.
I have moved out west for the first time to Los Angeles in hopes of finding.
Oh my God. No. Oh, I can't watch this. I can't. This is too much. No, I can't watch this. Go get it from your closet. I can't. I've burned all of that. It's gone. This is far too cringe. Oh my God. Is this close enough? Oh, stop. It's the same photo. Why would you do that to me? Why would you fucking pull that shit up? This is just 4 minutes of me reliving some of my most embarrassing. This is reliving some of my most embarrassing moments from like the era of woke, the era of peak woke. Okay, the 2016 era of peak woke. Thank you for going over the true Russian World War II history yesterday as a non-Jewish Russian with grandparents that survived a concentration camp. I really appreciate it. You got a blast off. What is this? Okay. All right, let's do it. Okay. All right. Did you read about Lush shutting down to support Palestine? I did. Also, yeah, shouts out to Lush. They're goated. They're incredible. What an incredible institution. They leaked the tax folder. Yeah, no, that's just the meme folder for all the blast off memes that I put. And the naming conventions are so strange usually. So, did I hear about the North Korean SEAL Team 6 operation? Yes, I covered it yesterday. Bro, Fear and is now top 10 for podcasts on Patreon. Y'all should do more for the subs. Wait, really? How is that possible? We are? We're one of the top 10 podcasts for Patreon? Are you serious or are you joking? Yeah, y'all are at 9. What the heliante, bro? You should talk more fashion. Not only did you get me into politics, you got me into fashion as well. I love talking about fashion and I do it every now and then, but it is a very contentious subject because it is the one area where leftists actually despise it with a burning passion. So we can't do it. Wait, what the fuck? Like almost all of the top podcasts on Patreon are friends of mine. That is crazy. Like Chapo Trap House is at number 3. That's fucking sick. The Yard is number 4. We have to defeat them. TrueAnon is number 5. What? The Basement Yard is awesome too. That's number 8. And Fear and is at number 9. That's crazy. Also, what the fuck is this? Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast has 118,000 paid members. Yeah, Chapo's always been one of the top podcasts on Patreon, obviously, and it's well deserved. And those are my goats right there. And so is TrueAnon, obviously. And the Yard are my enemies, but whatever, And the Basement Yard is also very good. I just did not realize that it was like that. I didn't realize that we were like that. I didn't realize we were doing that thing. Basement Yard collab when? We have actually entertained a collabo with Basement Yard. Like I have personally, because I talk to them every now and then. But I, it just hasn't happened because like they're either so busy doing like crazy shit. They're like always fucking doing like Madison Square Garden and stuff, dude. Like they're always busy doing shit, or they're never in LA. They're in New York. So it's like hard to get a hold of them, But yeah, I've been talking to Joe for years at this point. Like I've been trying to set something up with Joe for a long ass time at this point. Let me see what he's up to. I'm gonna DM him right now. I'm gonna DM his ass right now. But yeah, No, Joe, the Italian stallion, Joe. Well, there's your problem mentioned. It's just hard. It's hard to link up with these guys. Joe Santagato. Hey, how you doing? I'm fangirling so hard right now. Base me art are amazing. Yeah. It's kind of crazy though. Like these are Patreon is just overtaken by woke. I mean, QAnon Anonymous. These are all like even Matt and Shane's secret podcast is not like expressly right wing. You know what I mean? Because like Shane, everybody thinks is super right wing, but they're not. Like Shane Gillis is not. I mean, he's not like as woke as these other podcasts are. But like this is a complete and utter domination. This is crazy to me that so many of the top podcasts are just like fucking super woke, or at least like I assume libbed up. You know, I don't know what 5-4 pod is, but last podcast on the left. Like these are all. White About It is number 22. What the fuck? Cutie is on this board twice. Yeah, the least woke people on this list is Ludwig fucking Ogren of MAGA Male. And obviously there's a delicate balance that's struck there. Thank God for Slime and Nick and Aiden that like keep him in check. Yeah. Okay. Patreon is grassroots funded, unlike right-wing podcasts. I mean, that does make sense. Yeah. There ain't no like Substack style fuckery happening here. But yeah. This is cool. Aiden is right-wing. He wants a white paradise. Okay. I can't tell if you guys are memeing or if you're being sincere when you say shit like that. Aiden is not right-wing. And also, neither is Ludwig. I'm going to stop making jokes. I forgot. The number one tenet of leftism is like the most principled leftist never makes jokes because jokes are bourgeois decadence. Jokes are counter-revolutionary behavior. It's counter-revolutionary activity. Aiden Ross? I'm not talking about Aiden Ross! We're talking about the yard. Number one tenet of leftism is you can't make jokes. Number two tenet of leftism is you can't talk about fashion. Because remember that chatter was talking about like, hey, why don't you do more about fashion? It's because for many years, like, I think it's just seen as like completely inaccessible, and people consider it to be like actual bourgeois decadence. E1 is number 189. This is bullshit. Sorry, Andrew. You're right. It's because you guys aren't selling out to big woke in the way that we are. Episode 1 is the least. It's the most anti-woke podcast out there. That's why. If you guys were more woke, I think things could change a little bit. I think it's just because people view fashion entirely as just fast fashion and nothing else. That's part of it, but I think like for the most part, it's because fashion is just not something that is in the realm of interest for a lot of people. They don't consider it like a part of the arts. A lot of people don't consider it a part of the arts. They think it's just like, and when you think something is like stupid or you're not interested in it as a hobby, and you don't understand like the background of it, you don't understand like the artistic aspect of it at all, then you just don't care about it, and it's much easier for you to discard because there's always like a valid counter argument you can make from an anti-capitalist framework for everything, for every type of hobby. because every type of hobby that exists under capitalism is still going to resort to capitalist norms, and it's going to be, commodity consumption, hyper consumerism, and obviously its ecological impact. Especially with fashion, there's fast fashion and things of that nature that you can always point to. That many people actually don't consider. That many people don't actually consider the downsides of their own personal hobby, and how expensive it might be. But when it comes to fashion, it's much easier to just like disparage. It's kind of like it would be easy for me to say, "Oh, this music is reactionary," or "This music is bad and it shouldn't exist." And I can say that because I don't listen to music, right? Like it's much easier for you to boycott a brand that you don't already consume. So it's like, for a lot of people, fashion, they see it as like completely inaccessible. And there's good reason for why people think that. It's an expensive hobby, right? Because designer clothes, which ironically are probably more ethically sourced and created, as opposed to like the least ethically sourced and created types of clothes, which are way more accessible, fast fashion, are incredibly expensive. Nick says the stream is cooking your beard color from stress. Unc, what?
Like, we were trying to find the channel that Trump was going to talk on, and Aiden was like, "Oh, Aatrox live," and I'm like, "Oh, fucking Krusty the Clown." Trump is looking very good. And I realized, like, so that's the caricature.
Yep.
That
Nice.
I have in my head. But
what I was saying is that he did that. He did it almost exactly the same way again. And I said, if we hadn't said Atrioc 5 seconds before this, I wouldn't have known who you were making fun of.
He said
He
was actually a little meaner
close.
in reality than that.
Wow.
It was actually a little bit meaner.
That's mean, dude.
Well, I think, look.
I think he sounds like the clown that's named as Krusty.
I do think he sounds like Krusty the Clown. And I think if you're tuning in to Atroc to like see what he thinks about President Trump, NGMI.
Mind you, I walk in and it's Hasan on the screen plugging primes.
That was also an NGMI moment.
Yeah.
We were all NGMI.
You really went to the fucking...
Well, because I wanted to put on Associated Press where in the YouTube chat they're saying, I want to be the best pirate skull emoji.
Yeah.
Which is great.
So what are you going to do?
Great.
I think that damn stream is turning Hasan's beard gray. I think it stresses him out too much.
I think he's stressed.
He's got that big gray patch now, man. He's at the
Age is
president.
36.
He's at the president.
Age is 36. Why is this motherfucker lying about my age, bro? Yo, jealousy's a disease, love. Get better, okay? You're old. You're old. You're 30. You're old, okay? That's number one. Number two is true. The beard is white. And yes, it is definitely stressing me out. The stream is stressing me out, okay? You see that? You see how Ludwig quickly hit that? Oh, he's like 36. Why did he say that? Because he's fucking 30. He's 30. He is experiencing twink death right now. That's what it is.
He's 36?
What?
36 damn years old.
No,
He's not. He's younger than me.
Yeah.
Hasan ages it.
I think he is 34. He's a year younger than me.
Thank you.
I also have the same grays, but no one talks about it, but it's okay.
Where?
On the sides of my...
It's not a big old patch.
Oh, I see like a couple.
Yeah, he's got the patch, which is an interesting...
The patch is like
a
pretty cool
lesion.
looking.
Yeah.
To be honest.
I think he just looks good.
But I got gray pubes, I got gray beard hairs. Not sure about the head. Don't
Your
know.
pubes are all gray all over?
No.
Zipper
just
Hasan
peppers.
age.
They're just peppered around, you know.
When you have all...
This chapter is just titled Hasan. And of course, predictably, there is so much slander coming from the right-wing figure on the podcast. You see this? You see this? This is exactly what I was talking about. The Yard, number 3 on Patreon, apparently, or number 4, I don't fucking remember, which we must defeat, by the way. Also, this is a crime. This is criminal behavior. You can't be doing this, okay? Black socks, black high socks with laceless Margielas, with the Margiela Gats, with a fucking, I don't even know, I mean, it's just like regular Dick's Sporting Goods, gray sweatpants, Red Bull hat. What is happening here? He used the laces to tie down his tent in Japan. Oh my God, cutie Cinderella, you have such a difficult task ahead of you. I feel so bad. It's crazy. No wonder she's stressed all the time. She's probably thinking, how can I make my boyfriend dress like a normal person? Like that shit would kill me, dude. That shit is I would stress out. If I had to be seen, your fits ain't too hot either, Unc. That's crazy. That's a crazy comparison. You can say, sometimes I swing and I miss, and that's fine. You can say that. That's appropriate. That's fair. Okay? You'd be stressed if your boyfriend dressed that way? Yeah. The greatest example of this is Austin. When my boyfriend did dress that way, I would lose my fucking mind. I would try to like constantly change both. Our throuple, me, Will Neff, and Austin show, our throuple was in a state of panic all the time because Austin would dress like shit. Thank God he doesn't any longer. A big stress has been lifted from my shoulders.
Gray pews. I want you to show it to me.
Wow, on the money.
Yeah.
That outfit is so hilarious.
Oh, that
Click on that outfit next to the age.
Bro, he looks like he's in Streetlight Manifesto.
Yeah, he looks like
That's so bad.
Why is it all those? Those are so bad. Come on, Google. Google's cooking me, bro. Google is cooking my ass. Okay? That's crazy. Okay? That's crazy. I told you, you swing and you fucking miss. All right? Sometimes you swing and you miss. These are misses. At the time, I thought that shit was great. Can't believe you wore that outfit last week, bro. At the time, I thought that shit was great. Okay? Canary Mission boosted those photos. Yeah, this is Israel's doing. Okay? Israel, which has a $45 million ad contract with Google and YouTube, is doing this. Israel is doing this. They put these photos up. They boosted that shit. Okay, it's not even a joke because, like, that is literally the Fox News article, actually. Twitch streamer Hassan Piker. Oh, my God, the Fox News digital team. The Fox News digital team knows exactly how to slander me. Oh, my God. Hold on. Wait, what the hell? How did that come up for them like that? For me, it just comes up in a much different way. What is this? Is HasanAbi being sued by Billy Mitchell? Who the fuck is Billy Mitchell? What is this article? The Telegraph. Gloria Allred criticized the New Yorker for hosting Hamas rape apologists. What the fuck is this? Hassan Piker age? Okay, oh man. You have a new New York Post? No, I know. I told you the other day when the ADL came out with like a new release when they were just chirping about the New Yorker festival having HasanAbi Piker as a keynote speaker or whatever. That's unacceptable. They like lost their minds. I told you at that point where it was going to get to this thing. It was going to be the New York Post was going to get their hands on it too, and probably even like Fox News Digital too. That's usually how it goes. Yeah, your ops really preying on your downfall and the downfall of the HasanAbi Clips industrial complex via exposure to your rancid fits, bro. Is your father a billionaire? No, dude. What the fuck? It's so crazy. It's so crazy that there's like people just see whatever insert insane thing about me online and they go, that must be real. Wait, somebody said This guy got banned for blocked for excessive spamming. Are you going to watch the DC protest going on right now? You got timed out, chatter. I don't even know what the DC protest is. But yeah, that's what it is. I'm going to be honest. I think it's Israel doing this. Israel is doing this, okay? That's what they're doing. They're cooking me. They're cooking me.
Another one. Stop wearing checkers, you fucking freak.
Fox News, and they put an awesome anime background.
Oh my god.
Wait. Does he have the cholo button go down? Is he cholo buttoning the,
yes,
the
I
missing
was.
texture shirt?
Stop. Okay,
that's
yes,
kind
I
of
was.
vibe.
Hassan Fitz tier list maker?
crazy.
We gotta do that.
That's crazy.
I had an idea of an episode where we have every single one of Ludwig's episode outfits.
Oh yeah.
We rank those.
Oh, that's good. Well,
like
we kind of did that with
we did it a little
the
bit.
200th episode.
Yeah, with like the worst,
the
the bottom
basketball.
of the
What
barrel.
was the other tier list idea we had?
Candy, all candies.
No. It was a different one. I think we said it on M2AF. I forget, but it was awesome.
All time impressions.
Ooh.
I do like that. I do like
An
that.
audio tier list.
Yeah, because we don't ever think of them.
I think about them
Audio bits.
sometimes.
An audio listener meetup.
Audio listener meetup. Meet.
All right. Okay. All right. Enough. Pull up Luca versus Israel highlights. I already did that yesterday, chatter. That was yesterday's news. But we got this going on too. In this Spanish town, the Israeli cycling team was passing by and they just like lit it up with Palestinian flags. Yeah, you don't get to look, man. You don't get to do it. You don't get to do a broad daylight genocide in this vein. You don't get to do a Holocaust and get to experience normalcy as you rep Israel like that. No shot. No shot. They've been super disruptive at this event. Other riders are calling for them to leave the race. Yeah, they should. They should be. You know what's funny? Showers raid? Why is people saying showers raid? What the hell? No. The LA Holocaust Museum took down their anti-genocide post? No. Hey, Austin show. Oh, the showers. The showers. What's up, showers? What's cracking? I said they would. I said the LA Holocaust Museum would eventually take that out. But it turns out they did. It turns out that did happen. But anyway, you called it, management and the donors called it. It was only time. Yeah, it's really annoying. I saw like Stop Anti-Semitism was or Canary Mission was in the replies being like, "Hey, I will send this post to every big donor." This was the tweet about you being sued. What is this? Hassan Piker will be sued. Who is this person? Why does this have 5,000 likes? What is going on, bro? I don't even know who the fuck this guy is. What is he gonna sue me for? What? Is that how just the average American, just the average American runs around and is like, I'm going to be litigious today. Who should I sue today? Like, who the fuck? Who is this person? I know I have ops that I just have never even encountered in my life before. Like, people have just like made me their primary enemy in their minds for no fucking reason. But I genuinely don't know anything about this person. I have no idea who this person is. It says he invented Ricky's world famous sauce, Pac-Man and Donkey Kong world record holder. And he wants to sue me for what? Like, do I hold the record or something for Pac-Man? I don't know. I've played Pac-Man like one time in my life. The fuck do I have to do with this guy? What is happening? The Holocaust Museum LA released a statement too. Oh no. I hate to say I called it. Okay. This is one of those instances where, like, once again, careful, he's a Florida man. Okay. Anyway, I have no idea who this guy is. Good luck to him, I guess. I don't know why he's gonna sue me. Can you sue someone that you've never like what could he possibly sue me on? Like, he just doesn't like my vibes or something? Like, I don't understand. Like, I'm thinking of like a comparison that I could make. If I was just like, yeah, I'm going to sue Dua Lipa's husband. You know what I mean? Just, yeah, he's going to get sued by me. Haven't figured out for what reason, but I'm going to do it. You know what I mean? It's like, what could it possibly be for? Like, can you do that? In the United States of America, maybe you can do that, where you could just like decide to fucking decide to just like sue a person who doesn't even know you exist. This isn't the statement, but I had gotten this ad a few months ago from the LA Holocaust Museum. I was shocked when you said they had an anti-genocide statement. They did, and then they subsequently deleted it because they got a shit ton of pressure from donors who told them, don't you dare fucking say this ever again. How dare you? Okay? Holocaust Museum LA, the first survivor-founded, oldest Holocaust museum in the country, is committed to its core mission to educate, commemorate, and inspire. We recently posted an item on social media that was part of a pre-planned social media campaign intended to promote inclusivity and community that was easily open to misinterpretation by some to be a political statement reflecting the ongoing situation in the Middle East. It was literally that. What is this? This is bro, by the way. Guys, stop showing me who this guy is. I don't care. Okay? I don't care who this guy is. Please. And if he's like already infamously a litigious person, I don't want him to like actually sue me because I showed a photo of him or something. Okay? I don't know who this guy is. I don't care about him. And I think I want to keep it that way. Okay? I don't need to know whatever the fuck's going on in his life. Okay. Holocaust Museum LA, the first survivor-founded oldest Holocaust museum in the country, is committed to its core mission to educate, commemorate, and inspire. So, does anyone have the old multiple pictures that they posted? I'm pretty sure some of the pro-Palestinian accounts had actually posted the Holocaust Museum LA, posting like an anti-genocide statement saying, you know, basic stuff like never again means never again for everybody, not just Jews, right? Like that was the this is how it happened, okay? The Holocaust Museum of LA came out with this statement, said never again can't only mean never again for Jews. Jews were raised to say never again. That means never again for anyone. Standing with humanity does not betray our people. It honors them. Jews must not let the trauma of our past silence our conscience. And then everybody fucking dunked on it in the replies. They were going crazy. This is so disappointing. No, never again means just for the Jews. How dare you fucking say that shit like that, right? And it was crazy because like this is the most like wishy-washy statement. Like, and I told you guys, this was the most wishy-washy statement that they could have put out, but it was still bold for the Holocaust Museum. Why? Because a lot of the Holocaust memorial foundations and things of that nature in the United States of America and in the Western world have been actively laundering the reputation of Israel by using the Holocaust as a reason, right? This is just the truth. This is what they have been doing. So it was shocking for one of these organizations to actually come out and like make a stance that most people with a conscience, including, American anti-Zionist Jews, believe is completely and utterly unconscionable. Like Israel's genocide is completely and utterly unconscionable, and it should not be connected to Judaism in any meaningful capacity. This is a normal statement, and it's also one that you could even like actively say is a statement for self-defense by Jews who don't want to be associated with the state of Israel, as it is like participating in untold amounts of evil, right? And they demonstrated moral clarity on this, even though it was done in a way where it was like targeted to be the least offensive way possible, to just like utilize something that all Jews understand, that is a core message that is taught to Jews from a young age. Like never again means never again for everyone, right? And even then, of course, this tepid message was met with tremendous response from a lot of people, a lot of Zionists. And they literally, as I said at the time, they were going to inevitably delete this post. And we checked in yesterday and they hadn't deleted the post. But it seems that it happened. And it's so interesting because it's like, it's so interesting because like normally you say like, oh, I had a momentary lapse of judgment where I said something bad or wrong. In this circumstance, they had a momentary lapse of judgment where they said something correct. It's crazy. One must ask the question, like, one must look back sincerely at all of these like big donors that are the movers and shakers in this side of this NGO system, and really reflect on how much they use this network of information for one of the worst contemporary man-made disasters, man-made atrocities to suit the propagandistic purposes of another country currently doing a similar style Holocaust. It is really fucked up. It is really, really, really fucked up. But yeah, you have to think. I mean, Norm Finkelstein wrote an entire book about just this. For those of you who don't know, Norm Finkelstein wrote an entire book about this, which is part of the reason why I thought this was a major change in attitude. We recently posted an item on social media that was part of a pre-planned social media campaign intended to promote inclusivity and community that was easily open to misinterpretation by some to be a political statement reflecting on the ongoing situation in the Middle East. That was not our intent. It has been removed to avoid further confusion. We promise to do better, and we will ensure that posts in the future are more thoughtfully designed and thoroughly vetted. We have taken actions internally to ensure our message always remains clear and reflective of our mission to inspire humanity through truth, which is so ironic. Yeah, Holocaust Industry is the name of the book. It's so ironic that these guys actually had a moment of truth, a moment of honesty, because I know there are young American Jews that work at these places who see right from wrong, and they want their voices to be heard, and they get fucking silenced by moneyed interest. They get silenced by people who say, you're a bad Jew. They get excommunicated by a lot of the areas. They get excommunicated by their communities. It's really fucked up. And it's so crazy because those young anti-Zionist Jews and anti-Zionist Jews across the board are the ones who are unironically trying to fight against growing anti-Semitism because they see the reality. And that's not the primary reason why young Jews are doing this or anti-Zionist Jews are doing this, obviously. The primary reason is because genocide is genocide. It is just immoral and unconscionable regardless, right? But the secondary purpose of this is unironically to preserve the truth. To preserve the truth that Zionism and Judaism is a dangerous conflation. And it's one that unfortunately many Americans are currently believing and currently making as a direct consequence of stuff like this. Okay? Obviously, this is all but a minor incident. Like, this is not going to make big waves, right? I mean, it might be consequential for like some people that saw the post and then saw this change, but this is nothing. This is like a tiny blip. But this course correction is emblematic of the ways in which a lot of Jewish advocacy organizations and Jewish institutions in the West operate. They operate at the behest of Israel so aggressively at a time when there is unprecedented enmity directed towards Israel for good reason. It is so interesting. That's why I always compare it to like if you know, like CARE and all these other like Muslim advocacy organizations were actively saying, why are you shitting on ISIS? You're Islamophobic. We are Muslim and we love ISIS. It's the true caliphate. Like if that was what was going on at the heat of like the war on terror, that would be equivalent to what a lot of like Jewish advocacy organizations are doing with their refusal to separate from Israel, to say, no, you don't understand. This is being done for Jews and you are anti-Semitic if you actually criticize it. It's crazy. For those of you who don't know, the original post was literally just saying Jews were raised to say never again. That means never again for anyone. I feel so alienated from my Jewish community, dude. These people are so fucking depressing. How do we have what happened to our ancestors happen to then go ahead and commit the same act of sin? Yeah, I mean, I think like because of the sheer number of Jews who have a conscience, who are obviously disgusted by what Israel is doing, is growing every single day. New community organizations prop up as a consequence of that. Like, that's inevitable, you know? But yeah, I said I said that this would happen, and it did. But in any case, you know, it's unfortunate, but yeah, I mean, this is the type of stuff that they were like posting before, so it was unexpected for that reason as well. Because they would constantly talk about like how anti-Semitism is skyrocketing and Jews are under attack in America, all this stuff, as was expected from a institution that talks about the Holocaust, because once again, as Norman Finkelstein detailed in his book, Holocaust Industry, a lot of what these guys do, a lot of what these institutions do, whether it be like any sort of like anti-Semitism combating institution or any sort of like Jewish advocacy organization, they are singularly invested. They are singularly invested in defending Israel. It's really fucked up, insidious situation. Your ninth best friend is becoming a trillionaire? Who's my ninth best friend? Yeah. Why the change of mind though? It's not a change of mind. It's not a change of mind. What's taking place there is donors pressuring the Holocaust Museum of LA to take down the post and just like yelling about it. Anyway, speaking of outside pressure and how much it works, Netanyahu removes West Bank annexation from cabinet agenda after UAE warning it could be a red line threatening the Abraham Accords. Washington Post. I think a lot of this stuff is bullshit, but it is crazy that like you got the UAE, which is doing its own version of genocide and participating in that in Sudan, is telling Israel like, you know, that's a bit much, don't you think? The annexation of the West Bank. Don't you think that's a bit much? But I guess that's enough for for Israel to like just scale it back. They're not going to actually scale it back, but you know. Oh, also, UAE did not mind the 300K dead in Gaza. Of course they don't. So here's what I was going to talk about, like the insidious nature of people taking advantage of the void in discourse from like liberal and left advocates. Well, not left advocates, but like liberal advocates for the Palestinian emancipatory movement, has created this unique media landscape where like Nick Fuentes is coming across as like one of these major anti-Israel voices. And I think he recognizes that because, look, part of the reason why I don't cover Nick Fuentes is one, because he has been for a very long time utterly irrelevant, unfortunately, has been platformed and revitalized his career directly as a consequence of like hanging out with Molestany, who openly talked about how he gave him a lifeline. And then, you know, going all the way to like hanging out with Kanye and even dining with the motherfucking current president. But ultimately, maybe not just a lifeline, maybe even more than just a lifeline. Anyway, but that's besides the point. So the other reason why I don't, give him any, give him any platform whatsoever on this broadcast is because like he is a skilled orator, a very dangerous and skilled orator who recognizes the media landscape and the media environment. You just don't get it. Epstein was going to de-radicalize his entire audience and instead ended up handing over half of his own and his own kid. I know. Yeah, that was a spectacular failure, by the way, in terms of like what sexpestany, molestany, Epstein was trying to do, right? Like he was like, oh, dude, his audience loved talking about how like, you don't understand, dude. You got to debate this guy. Destiny's just like owning him in the marketplace of ideas. And while doing so, he's just like, destroying. He's destroying him in the marketplace of ideas and making his audience more liberal. And instead of that happening, it turns out his son is now a groyper and a Nick Fuentes acolyte. And many in his community are also in that same group now. I wonder how that happened. What a fucking spectacular failure. It turns out when you get chicken and waffles with the fucking neo-Nazi and you normalize him as just like any other type of content creator, or even routinely say you have much more respect for him because he's at least like honest and organizing for his values, as opposed to Hasan, who is a much more dangerous prospect for an American future, which are things that his community has routinely said. His community actively used to say that this supposedly liberal community actively used to say that I'm a more dangerous figure for American politics than Nick fucking Fuentes. In any case, that's what happens when you're so viciously anti-communist, viciously anti-socialist, that like you're only predisposed with like harming and undermining the left flank of the supposed anti-fascist coalition that's supposed to exist in this goddamn country. Okay? Yeah, they have said that I am literally worse than Adolf Hitler. Just an utterly insane fucking statement. Bro, you are falling off. I know. It's over for me. My career is done. It's devastating. Every weekend, the weekenders don't watch because there's like, no news is not relevant to me. And every weekend, motherfuckers come in here and go, dude, your career is over. And there's not a single person that you can point to that has fallen off to this degree. My fall off is still their greatest fucking viewed streams, unironically. So, you know. Having said that, let's get back to the point I was mentioning. So, like I said, he is a very dangerous orator, but a decent room reader as well, which is kind of insane to say about a dude who has in the past, like, obviously denied the Holocaust, and I assume he still does to this day, and not only that, but also has, you know, talked about like miscegenation being equivalent to like a white person marrying or having sex with an animal. You know, race mixing, he says, is the equivalent of bestiality. And you know, there is a target-rich environment. I mean, he has said a bunch of insane shit, right? But in the last couple of months, especially in the last year or so, he has become this figurehead that is a bold, loud, and proud anti-Israel voice. And in the process, a lot of the MAGA influence, and he's also like criticized Donald Trump a lot. He criticized Donald Trump a lot as well, and he still continues to do so, saying Donald Trump is not aggressive enough with his mass deportation policies. But more so, if you look at this kind of stuff through the clip culture that we exist in, I explained it yesterday as like the reverse, the bizarro HasanAbi hater industrial complex, where like my haters spend a good deal of time clipping me out of context to make me seem like a bad person, to make it seem as though I have like really bad opinions, really reactionary opinions or whatever, right? If you want to present me in a negative light to an audience that is reactionary, you point to some of the jokes that I make about, you know, leftist jokes that I make to say this, he's being sincere here. He wants to like kill all white people or whatever. If you want to make me look bad to like a pro-queer audience, you clip a weak moment of mine where I'm yelling at someone and you say he's transphobic. You want to clip me to a feminist audience. You go, he's gone to a brothel. Like there are, it's a target-rich environment, right? The opposite is being done for Nick Fuentes by his fans. If you see him just online, and this has happened with like the Dan Bilzerians of the world as well, like many other content creators have been able to take advantage of the clip culture, the clip culture environment that exists by basically presenting themselves as like much more normal political figures that are like, if you watch him off of just clips that his audience is like pumping out on TikTok and on Twitter and whatnot, you would think he's like a left guy. You would think he's like left wing because like some of his commentary unironically comes across as progressive. And I think it's disingenuous. And I think he's doing that deliberately to basically farm a bunch of liberals who are anti-Israel to see him in a different light. And there are numerous clips like this, one of which I actually literally clocked here and I sent it to someone just so I could, just so I could show it on stream. Actually, this is my most boomer moment. This clip actually is a perfect example of what I'm talking about because it features the turning point in it as well. Because if you clip him in the first half, you think he's being progressive. And then in the second half, he actually reveals his true nature. Okay, let's take a look.
Names the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Ooh, because as Trump says, we're not just on defense, we're also on offense. Sounds a lot cooler. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm just getting so sick of the slop, man. I'm done with the slop. Is that all this administration can do? It seems like this administration does two things. It renames existing things, like the Gulf of Mexico, like the Persian Gulf, like military bases like the Pentagon. It renames things.
Hasan, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Do you not understand what I'm doing here? I'm showing you a clear-cut example of how he presents himself from a clip that actually then shows his true nature, okay? Because if you cut this clip at the halfway point, which many people do, right? Many of his fans do, you will your takeaway will be very different, okay? Your takeaway will be, oh, this guy seems like he's anti-Trump and he's saying the same shit that I think, right? Because you have to remember, for the average person who is not paying too close attention to whatever the fuck is going on in the realm of politics, especially in our increasingly short attention span economy, you only see people through 30-second clip reflections, okay? I'm explaining to you how propaganda is conducted. This is how historic fascism has operated as well, not with 30-second clips, obviously, but historically, fascist movements have started off masquerading as left populist movements. Left populist movements for who? The designated in-group, okay? Whether it be, ironically enough, Israel in its inception, which was supposed to be this socialist project, but for the chosen people, or whether it be Germany's National Socialist Party. Okay? The Nazis wanted to do socialism, but for the Volk, the chosen people, the Aryan people. Okay? Except they weren't really invested in socialism at all. They just used the momentum and the popularity, the existing popularity of left populist statements. That's it. It is a way to package a nefarious agenda that is inherently violent and also directly antithetical to any sort of socialist development. Mussolini, yes, Mussolini was literally a Marxist revisionist. Exactly. I'm so annoyed because I want to watch the Mussolini thing that came out. Oh, God, I'm all over the place. There's a Mussolini TV show that came out that's really good apparently, but I can't fucking watch it in America, unfortunately, without a VPN. The Son of the Century, that tracks his like development, his political development. Okay. Yeah, Mussolini, Son of Century is the show I'm talking about. Anyway, so here, listen to the first half and then listen to the second half. This is the reason why I pulled this clip is because it shows how he presents himself and what his actual real opinions are.
And it polices anti-Semitism. You can't get your FEMA rescue money. You can't get your Harvard grants and loans. You can't get citizenship or a visa in America. Is that all this administration can do? We were promised revolutionary change. We were promised vengeance. We were promised a golden age. And what we're getting is renaming things, and like the ADL is on steroids. The ADL is taking steroids. They're looks maxing. That's all this administration seems to do. Cracker Barrel, who could forget? I mean, think about it. That's all this administration does. They came in, they renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Oh, they renamed the Persian Gulf to the Arabian Gulf. They should have named it the Gulf of Israel, right? Change the names of the military bases back to Fort Bragg. Take that. And now this, they took the Cracker Barrel logo, brought it back to the original. Now we're changing the Department of Defense to the Department of War. And look, if the Trump administration was actually doing things, this would be a cool bonus.
So, before you get to the last 30 seconds,
look,
the first 2 minutes of this 2-minute and 34-second video is, if it cuts away at that point, the first 2 minutes of this 2-minute and 34-second video comes across like he's anti-Trump, and he's saying that like the revolutionary changes that he promised, like uplifting American lives and all this stuff is just fake, and he's just simply pro-Israel, and he's just jiggling keys in front of his base of support. And a lot of those clips, a lot of his community recognize now that there is a major audience for this kind of commentary coming from a guy who is a fallen fan of Donald Trump. Okay? If you watch the first 2 minutes, you think, what the fuck's going on? And I see this a lot in the comments. People going, oh my God, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Nick Fuentes. I can't believe I'm agreeing with Nick Fuentes. I'm a black liberal and I'm agreeing with Nick Fuentes. What the hell is happening? Okay? That's what's going on here. He has been able to capture the attention of so many people. Him, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, many of these Republican right-wing commentary people on the independent media side have been able to capture the attention of so many liberals. Okay? And that comes from a void in the left flank. And it also stems from the reality that we are too predisposed with fighting against one another instead of ensuring that we have some semblance of messaging discipline on this issue, and also partially because the most moneyed side of the liberal media ecosystem is entirely pro-Israel. Okay? So when you do have a guy who is able to cut through the fucking noise and develop a major audience online, someone like myself, they get fucking tarred and feathered by dumb fuck liberals and also even dumb fuck leftists who believe the dumb fuck liberals and the dumb fuck Republicans. Okay? This is something that I tried to explain to people in the past where I was like, look, liberals, you did it. You did it. You successfully undermined your left flank. And in the process of doing that, of course, someone right-wing was going to rise up to the occasion and come across as a completely normal centrist, right? That's the Asmongold phenomena. The most consequential aspect of like the destinies of the world consistently coming after me for their own personal narcissistic vengeance quest has made it so that I have so many fucking ridiculous claims that are completely made up about me swirling around in the ecosystem for all of the dumb fuck apolitical people to tune into with a network of slop tubers that are constantly pumping out this kind of content, that ultimately people that don't actually get any sort of fucking critical examination of their commentary or their worldview get to fucking rise up to the top. This is part of the reason why I have regularly maintained this idea that unless it's like literally someone being pro-Israel, I'm just not going to spend a whole deal of time attacking even liberal content creators. Okay? Imagine thinking Nick fucking Fuentes is a centrist. I'm not saying that. I'm not even remotely presenting it as such. But this is a byproduct of having a message void for the left and for the liberals in general, in terms of just like always fucking unconditionally and unyieldingly, uncompromisingly being coming at this issue from a pro-Palestinian side. When liberals are more predisposed with attacking their left flank for demonstrating true anti-fascist principles, then of course someone who presents themselves as a centrist like Asmongold is going to rise to the occasion and actually unironically build a momentum and an audience off of said liberals who now tune into him to think, well, he's at least better than Hasan. He's not fucking dangerous radical like Hasan is. Meanwhile, Asmongold is also a pipeline to Nick Fuentes. This is it. So this message isn't for whoever you think it's for. It's not for like the molestiny type content creators. Okay, those guys are never going to change their fucking behavior. This is for their audiences who do actually care about growing fascism in this country and have just been deluded into thinking that the most successful way to combat it is by attacking the fucking left flank of the Democratic Party and assuming that people who are critical of the supposed left flank of American politics are actually critical because they have some sinister purpose behind it because they want Donald Trump to win or some shit. Okay? Because if you consistently consider, I mean, this has historically happened post World War II. It has happened leading up to World War II when fascist movements are growing. Liberals consistently engaging in appeasement for growing fascist movements out of fear that they're going to lose power, lose their grip on power, end up offering amenities and offering power to the fascists because they think they can just like wield some semblance of wield some power to I guess like maybe prevent full-blown fascist takeover. And it is a failure. It was a failure before World War II, and it has been an abject failure after World War II. That's why you see so many anti-communists end up directly, like anti-communist liberals, like Canada is a great example of this, like directly becoming a critical supply line for consistent fascist movements, because who are the most vicious post-World War II? Who were the most vicious and most successful anti-communists? Fascists were. The ones that weren't killed or the ones that weren't arrested post-World War II, they were immediately activated by liberals who wanted to engage in a Cold War, by liberal capitalist democracies that wanted to engage in a Cold War against the real scary enemy and keep the real scary enemy, the USSR, at bay. Okay? This is real dangerous shit. Now that I showed you the first 2 minutes, let's see what his actual opinions are.
If the Trump administration was actually doing things, this would be a cool bonus. And maybe you could make a defense for it. No pun intended. Maybe there's a case to be made for this. But if you're not doing anything, like take a look around. The deportation's not happening. The legal immigration will continue. 600,000 Chinese students. War in Ukraine is, if anything, it's getting worse. We do this every night. I mean, you get it. The state of this administration, it's not making as much progress as it needs to be.
Yeah. Plays the first minutes, then you ask for 15 minutes before playing the last 15 seconds. Okay, brother. Yeah, I wonder why I did that. I did that to literally show you how this nefarious, cynical propaganda works. Okay? The first 2 minutes of it is all things that prime a liberal audience into finding Nick Fuentes totally appropriate, because his criticisms of Donald Trump are valid here in the first 2 minutes. Okay? The last 30 seconds, however, show his true perspective. Oh, Trump is not serious enough about the mass deportations. You pause to explain, people yell at you. If you play without commenting, people yell at you. You cannot win. I know, it's stupid. So, that's it. So many of you are proving why Nick Fuentes is getting popular because you're so fucking TikTok brain you can't function past 5 minutes on a single topic. Yep. And there are a million different videos like this all over TikTok. His fans are basically blasting this shit all over the timeline, all up and down the timeline, because they recognize that there aren't that many skilled orators that are actively communicating how fucked up the Trump administration is, especially with its like undying loyalty to Israel. Okay? And they are presenting Nick Fuentes as like an anti-Trump possible progressive figure. It's crazy. Meanwhile, I don't think his opinions have changed at all. this is what I mean when I say the danger of like allowing Tucker Carlson all the way back in 2016. I wrote about this extensively. I talked about this extensively. Liberals were so predisposed with attacking the Bernie Sanderses and the left flank of their own party's base of support for being true progressives on a lot of economic issues, created an environment where there was a void in the discourse from the left flank, and this is broad. When I say left flank, I don't mean like literally these guys are leftists. I just mean like to the left of the Republican Party on the media ecosystem. There were no voices that were actually channeling a true, earnest economic populist message. So Tucker Carlson took advantage of that on Fox News every night and presented himself as one of the only voices that was actually channeling left-wing economic populism. For years he did this. Okay? For years he did this. And a similar thing is now happening with Israel. Okay? That's it. There's a reason why people think like, well, some of the most, visible, some of the most like, some of the loudest voices for Palestinian emancipation are right-wingers and far-right people. A lot of liberals also have this idea that these guys can be fixed, Meanwhile, they don't realize that in that process, they themselves are actually leaning into the nefarious part of his agenda, the nationalist message. Okay?
Yeah, those people are just freaks. The whole
look,
anyone that has any genuine racial hatred, we have to just say there's something wrong with you. I understand not wanting to live around black people. I get it. And I understand when you see what black people do, some of them, I understand hating that. But this whole autistic racial, actual racialism, actual racial militant hatred, it is like a freak show, because that comes from an emotional place. It is one thing to say that, there are whites and blacks, and black people clearly are not on our level of development, and that's why they're struggling. That's why they're not integrating well, and that's why there are these problems. It's one thing to say that clinically, and it's one thing to see what they do and get frustrated by it and get angry about it. It's a whole other thing to have this persistent antipathy for vast groups of people. That is just a low IQ, a dysfunctional thing. And everything, but that doesn't make you mad. It's yeah, it makes me mad. I'm not filled with racial hatred for an entire group. Even the Jews, as much as justified as it would be. No. But even I do actually like a lot of Jewish people. I even though Jewish people have ruined my life in many ways and they do horrible things, I don't have a hatred for them as a group, and I could say nice things about them, But that comes from being a Christian. That's the kind of peace, and that's the kind of disposition that you can only have if you love God, if you truly have love in your heart for people. And it's no coincidence. It's always these pagans that harbor this intense animosity all the time. And if you have that, you really got to get over that. And that doesn't mean you need to stop being racist. It doesn't mean you got to stop being a quote unquote racist, but you got to let go of wrath. You have to let go of anger. You can't let that define you.
Yeah. He's his racial animosity stems from a totally reasonable anger that he feels born out of maybe even the structural undermining of black people. Do you understand how he is nefariously packaging just regular ass racist opinions, but recalculating and restructuring it in a way where it is supposed to make sense to the normie, to the average normie, while simultaneously casting people who have racial animus for, as he calls it, autistic racial purity and race realism opinions. He's saying in this video, in this short video, he basically says that black people are undermined structurally, and it creates an environment where like they end up behaving in violent ways, and that creates resentment, and that's an understandable resentment to have. Okay? Of course, ultimately, this is not, ultimately, he doesn't even believe that. He does believe the racial purity politics. He's a fucking Nazi, right? Like he is still saying that there is a genetic component associated with it, but you shouldn't be super mad ultimately about it. Like this is why he's a dangerous propagandist ultimately, because he is trying to normalize the eugenicist perspectives that he has in a way that can go either way, where you can just like where he gives himself like a level of plausible deniability by saying like, I'm not like those kinds of racists, when he very clearly is those kinds of racists, and his entire community is that kind of racist. And of course, the hallmark of Republican thought is once again always saying a whole bunch of debunked and insane nonsense, and simultaneously packaging it as common sense, right? One example that immediately comes to mind is like one of these fucking Nazis on Twitter that went viral a while back, which is, of course, it's always happening, unfortunately, was the idea that someone was trying to like do this like normalized racism argument about being like, who even actually is fond of their black neighbors, right? And I think it initially went viral. One of your bots banned me for a reason. I just disagreed. Dude, please stop. I don't care, okay? And it wasn't like you got literally banned and unbanned. You got timed out, man. Shut the fuck up. You said L-take, bro. Nick Fuentes is in his own circle. You can't compare him with anyone mentioned. Just stop. It doesn't matter. You got timed out. Please stop being such whiny fucking crybabies, man. I'm trying to make a broader point here, and I can't. I have to deal with like everyone's own personal fucking me bullshit. Okay. Oh my God, my voice is not being heard right now in this very moment. I got timed out for 600 seconds. Unacceptable. You got timed out for 10 minutes. Calm down. God. We're talking about the oppression of governments. We're talking about like growing fascist movements in here. And you're literally thinking like the major oppression that I'm facing here is that a moderator timed me out for 10 minutes. Shut up. Jesus Christ. Anyway, take a breath. The point I was making was that there was a Twitter post that went viral where it was like, oh, people that say they don't have like racist opinions of like never lived around black people. If you lived around black people, you would immediately realize, why people hold on to these like racist resentments. That people call racist, but they're not, all this shit. And it went viral on Twitter first in like the neo-Nazi circles. And then people started like quote retweeting it and being like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Because like, while something might come across as like common sense, depending on how insane your immediate circle online is, and while certain kinds of narratives can be boosted by other people, especially at a time when like there's unprecedented virality for right-wing neo-Nazi type sentiments on Twitter, okay? Ultimately, in the real world, the common sense narrative is not living around black people is a terrifying prospect and it's really fucked up, okay? Especially for diverse environments like major cities in this fucking country where you do live around a lot of black and brown people in a diverse environment. It's so stupid. It's an incredibly stupid statement. You're childish. You're like a baby. You're afraid of people that you have never actually lived around from afar. Because if you did, you would realize that there is no genuine resentment or fear against your fucking neighbors. And the same goes for undocumented migrants as well. People think like undocumented migrants are like a special subcategory because they don't even realize that they're, living around undocumented migrants with regular frequency. They're working in the kitchen, they're working at the grocery store, they're working at the poultry facility down the street. They're a part of your community. It's just that you have never encountered someone and know that they are undocumented. So you have this like false notion that they're all scary. They're all scary. A fear of the unknown. And the internet is bricking your brain. That's it. And many of these issues would be solved if you actually did live around these people. Okay? But my point is, ultimately, clips that you see of far-right neo-Nazi style figures like Nick Fuentes are becoming increasingly more dangerous at a time when there is a real need by the left, by liberals, for bold anti-Trump, anti-fascist voices. And a skilled orator is capable of taking advantage of that void in discourse by routinely undermining Trump, routinely attacking Trump, from an understandable perspective, from a real perspective, from a real, genuine and valid point of critique, to draw the attention and gain popularity and gain charitability amongst a broader audience, to then slam in and normalize this somewhat effective, dangerous race realist framework. Okay? That's it. You filled out void, bro. That's you. You're just unk. And I think that's why Nick comes across the Gen Z better. I think a lot of Gen Z's first interaction with politics has come from like apolitical slop tuber shit. And those apolitical slop tubers who present themselves as like centrist liberals are also more far right than they actually present themselves. They're also capable of leaning on pre-existing systems of violence that people have normalized. Homeless people are scary, dangerous, violent. Undocumented migrants are scary, dangerous, violent. There's a real crime problem. The Democrats are not addressing it. All this stuff that literally led to the Trump victory. And when their first foray into politics is like, there's a fucking leftist guy out there that's a radical piece of shit, they go, oh yeah, fuck this guy. I'm writing him off. I'm not going to listen to what he has to say. After years and years of fucking this kind of commentary just circulating all around the apolitical drama slop tuber sphere. Of course, a guy that hasn't gotten that level of attention and that level of critical lens, who is also a skilled orator who can read the room, okay, will then turn around and look for alternatives that they think are better versions, better speakers. That's it. Please stop sending me this. I'm not going to click on this, okay? I'm not. I'm not going to click on this link. Please. Please stop spamming it. Tommy Vitor from Pod Save has talked about this. You should talk to him. I do talk to him about this as well as other shit. But do you understand? You understand why? Because if you listen to Dan Bilzerian for 30 seconds before he starts talking about the Talmud and how this is the nature of the Jew, you think, what the fuck's this guy saying? I thought this guy was a real piece of shit. Now he's talking about the humanity of Palestinians and how they're being unjustifiably slaughtered by Israel. That makes a lot of sense to me. And if you only see the first 30 seconds, your takeaway might be, wow, Dan Bilzerian's kind of woke. I agree with him. Not realizing that there's a lot more to that argument from his perspective. Okay? In any case, the danger is here. And it's crazy to me that people don't recognize that danger. And one of the more mainstreamified versions of this is the establishment Democrats and their refusal to support a Democratic candidate because of the concerns of advocates of a foreign country, the country being Israel. Okay? Here's an article that came out from the New York Times. Hochul, Schumer, and Jeffries' unwillingness to endorse Zohran Mamdani for mayor has gotten ample attention. Another holdout who is arguably as significant is the Bronx's most powerful elected and Mamdani's legislative boss, the speaker, Carl Hesty. His resistance, this is Ben Oreskes is reporting from the New York Times. He's the New York State House correspondent for the New York Times, formerly of Los Angeles Times. Ben reports, his resistance reflects both the frustration some in his delegation have about Mamdani and the complex political dynamics within an ideologically diverse conference. Mamdani and Hesty have a warm rapport, but the speaker has conveyed some concerns to the progressive upstart. What are those concerns? Mr. Hesty, noting the concerns of an array of Jewish assembly members, has told Mr. Mamdani that he needs to do more to placate colleagues who are concerned by his outspoken criticism of Israel. What are we doing here? Adam Johnson says, Mamdani must throw Palestine solidarity under the bus, and so long as he refuses to do so, support from Dem leaders will not come. The message couldn't be any clearer. He needs to do an Obama Reverend Wright type speech, signaling his willingness to sell out, or they'll continue to ice him. Of course, the New York Times allows Hesty to frame it in mopey sectarian terms about Jewish assembly members, despite Jeffries and Swozy being the most aggressive holdouts. The irony itself, of course, that is not lost upon all of you, I hope, is that Zohran won the majority of the Jewish vote and will most likely win the majority of the Jewish vote. Not that it fucking matters, even if he didn't win the majority of the Jewish vote in the mayoral race. That still would not change the fact that his anti-genocide position is the correct one. And not only is it the correct one, it is the overwhelmingly popular one. The Democratic base, the Democrat Party voters, are not split on the issue of Israel. They're not split on it at all. The overwhelming majority of Democrats recognize what Israel is doing as a genocide, which is what it is. The overwhelming majority of the Democratic Party no longer support Israel, but instead support Palestinians in this process. The overwhelming majority. So these Democrat leaders are demanding that Zohran Mamdani, who won the primary in an incredibly crowded field and was able to cut away because of his earnesty on this singular issue, are telling him to go against the wishes of the majority that voted him into this position that made him the Democrat contender for the mayoral race. It is crazy. It is crazy to me. What are we doing? Like I suspect this is, I mean, if I was even more cynical, I would say they want him to lose because they're afraid of his anti-Zionist stance, but also more consequentially as well for the National Party, his pro-socialist stance, you know, his sympathies for socialism, that they want him to fucking lose by just, you know, cutting his audience by saying, like, cutting his voters by saying, yeah, actually, I was lying about this fuck Israel shit for years and years. I'm actually going to be super pro-Israel. And I really, really hope he doesn't give an inch to these dumb fucks, because the popular momentum that caused him to cut away from the rest of this crowded primary field is precisely that. His uncompromising, unyielding conviction when it comes to improving the material conditions of all New Yorkers unconditionally. And also, one of the best ways for him to communicate his earnesty was to go against what the popular support for Israel looks like in electeds, and instead say, no, I believe that Israel's doing a genocide. It is doing a genocide. Fuck Israel. Which was a position shared by broad majorities, both in the Democratic base, but majorities in the American population altogether. Okay? That's it. And I really hope he does not get sucked in to the compromise position by Democrat Party operatives who are, you know, on the one hand, doing this shit, refusing to endorse him, but also in a more cynical fashion, I worry that on the other hand, you have the Richie Torreses of the world going up to Zohran and being like, please, you're actually good. Just, you know, dial it back a little bit. Dial it back a little bit. Even Bernie Sanders, as reported, told him to tone down his anti-Israel stance. This, to me, is unacceptable. And the reason why I say that, and we're going to watch his rally today, the Fighting Oligarchy Tour, and I'll look at it. This, to me, is not even about like whether Zohran is compromised or not, whether making that assessment that Zohran is compromised or not. This, to me, shows whether or not he's actually the candidate who can change the trajectory of the National Democratic Party through entryism, or whether or not this will be yet another point of failure for entryism altogether. Because if electeds turn around and do a full reversal and become complacent, then they just become a part of the Democrat Party machine, and therefore they become the same losers that the rest of the Democrats were. This can't happen. We need bold voices. We need bold voices to stand strong. Bold voices who are unafraid to lead on this issue, even when there isn't seemingly a popular support for this kind of thing, because they recognize that it's still wrong. And Zohran was that voice for his whole life leading up to this moment, and I don't assume that he will change. Okay? Like, I would go so far as to say, like, with AOC, with Bernie, there's a different calculation there, but AOC not as knowledgeable on issues that pertain to foreign policy before becoming an elected, whereas Zohran was an activist that came from the Students for Justice in Palestine, that was a BDS, was a BDS advocate as well, longtime DSA member. So his background shows me that he is not as corruptible. This is a real opinion that he has on this issue. It's an earnest opinion that he holds. Yeah, I mean, he was one of the creators of the SJP chapter at Baldwin. Bowden, sorry. So, has AOC been outspoken on Israel? Yes. AOC has been outspoken on Israel, but not from the same, not to the same degree as Zohran, 100%, and outspoken by the metrics of Congress. But even then, she is not the leading voice on the Fuck Israel coalition in Congress, and will sometimes get outflanked by the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example. This is a major issue. It's one that goes back to the thing I was talking about with Nick Fuentes. That's a huge problem. You cannot get outflanked by Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay? You just can't. Once again, the only two uncompromising and unyielding voices that have been against Israel without any significant issues on their record would be Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. Al Green has been pretty good too. Van Hollen has been pretty solid as well. Peter Welsh has been pretty solid on this issue. There are some out there. Summer Lee is another great example of this. She's new on the greener side. Cori Bush was fantastic on this issue and she got penalized for it. Jamal Bowman was great on this issue and got penalized for it. Lost their primaries with unprecedented amounts of money from AIPAC and other pro-Israel lobbying groups that dumped, 12 million and 20 million into two of those different primaries without ever really talking about Israel too, by the way. That's how nefarious this shit is. But ultimately, on the one hand, like I said, I have two different ratings here. Matching it up to the rest of Congress, even the people who I do criticize, like Bernie Sanders, actually stand above the rest of Congress. But they should be going way further, okay? And they should never be telling Zohran to dial it back. That is unacceptable. This is the CNN piece from Edward Isaac Dover, who fucking hates Bernie Sanders, but wrote and hates me as well, by the way, but wrote a fairly positive approach to it. What Bernie Sanders told Zohran Mamdani about anti-Semitism and pushing back on Democratic leaders. Sanders urged his now protege to be firm in calling for Democratic leaders to rally behind him, but also to more carefully address what he said about Israel. Sanders, who is Jewish, urged Mamdani to be cautious about how he approaches talking about Israel. According to the person familiar with their conversation, Sanders told Mamdani he had to do a better job explaining that his criticism is not anti-Semitic and to not let himself seem like he's minimizing the fear Jews in New York and elsewhere feel from the threat of hate against them. Okay? Now, I don't know if that is an exaggeration or a weaponization of Bernie Sanders' maybe reasonable arguments that he made. Hey, they won't let you win the fucking election if you even come across remotely as being if you come across as even remotely saying you don't care about Jewish feelings on the matter or whatever, or maybe he just genuinely thinks that. But we have seen this. We have seen this happen. Okay? We've seen this happen in the past to Corbyn. But right now, we're in a very different time and place. This is no longer the same media landscape that Corbyn was operating in, and it's not the same country that Corbyn was operating in. You no longer have to turn around and refuse to actively criticize Israel. You no longer have to scale back your criticisms of Israel. It's that simple. This is an older piece from from 2021. Bernie Sanders also told progressives to tone down calling Israel an apartheid state all the way back in 2021. The senator responded to a question on Face the Nation of whether labeling the Israeli government is contributing to the rise in anti-Semitic attacks. Okay, all the way back in 2021. Now, on the one hand, this is completely unacceptable. Okay, because it's the truth. Israel is an apartheid state and was an apartheid state back then, and it was actually not only an apartheid state back then, but it was also recognized as an apartheid state at that point by Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, numerous other human rights organizations. So the fact that Bernie Sanders was saying, like, go against the truth is completely unacceptable. But the reason why, and this is the part where everybody yells at me and says, Hasan, fuck you. You're defending Bernie. You just love Bernie. You're a fucking piece of shit. You're a Zionist yourself. The reason why, while I have this criticism of Bernie Sanders, I still say that it's more complex than you think, is because on the one hand, he's doing that, which is completely unacceptable because he is a liberal Zionist. But also on the other hand, if rated against the rest of Congress, he still, unfortunately, and this is more of an admonishment of Congress and where they're at right now and their inability to see right from wrong and their recognition of the reality, he's still one of the best senators on this issue. He's still actively one of the best congresspersons on this issue. And it's crazy. It's crazy that Bernie Sanders, who will tell other progressive politicians to tone down calling Israel an apartheid state all the way back in 2021 after these human rights groups have openly recognized Israel as an apartheid state, is still one of the best congresspersons on the issue of Israel. Do with that information what you will. This is not a defense of Bernie Sanders. Make no mistake. Okay? If you operate within the confines of what is considered to be the norm, if you want to understand how Americans approach this issue, if you sometimes find yourself at odds with these interest polls that come out, these favorability polls that come out, and you're like, what the fuck? Why are these guys still so anti-Palestinian while also being critical of Israel, while being anti-Israel? Like, for many Americans, Bernie Sanders' position is not considered radical, mind you, but Bernie Sanders' position is like the norm. Now, of course, Bernie being, in theory, a leader of American socialism is supposed to move the needle even further. Bernie being a visible and very prominent Jewish leader has a responsibility beyond, as someone who is supposed to be anti-imperialist, as the most popular Jewish politician in the country, one that, unlike many others, all the way back in 2016, which, people who claim to be more radical than myself will criticize me for saying this and say it's fake, it's bullshit. Bernie's and Matt Duss's like initial presentation on like denying weapons to Israel or conditional weapons transfers to Israel is simply just a red herring or just simply a distraction to continue our allegiance with Israel. And there's some truth to that statement, except back then they were very excited at the prospect as well. And one must remember why they were very excited. Why were so many anti-Zionists excited at the fact that Bernie Sanders was doing this all the way back in 2016? Because it was so fucking unique. That's it. People sometimes forget. People sometimes forget and assume that the media landscape was where it's at right now, where society's reflection broadly in Western civilization, when Western society was broadly on the same terms that they are on right now about their analysis on what Israel is doing. It was not that case. It was not the case at all, which is precisely the reason why I said at the time that this was a bold move, a radical move in the right direction. And my expectation from someone who was there in 2016 was to greatly move the needle now to still continue being a bold and radical political leader on this issue. I never would have thought that Bernie Sanders would just be like, no, you guys don't understand. I'm just literally just a liberal Zionist who doesn't like what Israel's doing right now, but I still want to allow Israel to continue operating in the violent ways that it is, and think it must operate that way, because otherwise, Palestinians would present a danger to Israel's demographic destiny. Like that is not something that I thought he would be at. I, much like many others, thought that he would be moving the needle in the right direction right now, going above and beyond. Now, of course, having said that, the one thing that I will still credit to him is that despite his shortcomings on this issue as a liberal Zionist, he doesn't get in the way of people who are anti-Zionist. So that's why I think today's rally will be important. Because clearly he does not mind people who are anti-Israel, and he will always support them. He has supported progressive candidates who are anti-Israel over and over again. Candidates who are far more anti-Israel than he is, whether it be Ilhan Omar, whether it be Rashida Tlaib, whether it be Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, whether it be Zohran Mamdani. Okay? So we shall see where this goes. Where did you get that from? What do you mean? What? It doesn't matter. I mean, that's all you ever do. He isn't a leader. He refuses to lead. In fact, you haven't been paying attention. Where did you get that from? Where did I get the fact that Bernie Sanders has routinely supported and endorsed candidates that are far more radical than he is on the issue of Israel? That's just the truth. If you have a counter narrative, if you have a counter example to this, please present it. Another great example of this coalition is the likes of Brad Lander. Brad Lander was like a Jewish human shield to all of the unjustifiable criticism that Zohran received, many of which was just straight up racist, like Islamophobic. Jerry Lander is even a more insane example of this, because Nadler is like more pro-Israel than Bernie Sanders is, more pro-Israel than Brad Lander is, and yet has also straight up, like, he's been very active about defending Israel until like recently. But one of the first endorsements that Zohran got straight up immediately was like, you guys are silly, calling him anti-Semitic. I don't know what these guys are doing when they make these calculations. Okay? I don't know. I don't know why. I do not understand why someone who is a liberal Zionist still does not see anti-Zionism as a deal breaker, okay? But as long as they do not get in the way, future AIPAC money, silly. Wait, what? No, Nadler is fucking 750,000 years old, and he's already, he's done. He's retiring. He's not even running for office ever again. He literally just announced that he's retiring. As a member of the Democratic Party, like officially, there's a simple mechanism for proper leftists to use to take over the party. It could be done in a week. The Tea Party did it using the same party process. I don't know how to get the info out, though. It's not so simple. What you're saying is wrong, because the Koch brothers are a primary vehicle for why the Tea Party movement was created. The Koch brothers created that deliberately. Like they designed the Tea Party movement. It was a movement built around, it was an AstroTurf movement built around culture war issues. Okay. And the Koch brothers are also a funder of the establishment Republican Party in general. The Tea Party also then got out of control and became its own thing to a certain degree. But they were never directionally opposed to the Republicans in the same way that like the left flank of the Democrats are directionally opposed. Okay. The left flank, terrorism support is a deal breaker. Two, you know, it is simple. You don't know what you're talking about. Terrorism support is a deal breaker too, you know. Well, clearly it's not for fucking Bernie. The fuck? There are same reasons as to why they call me a terrorist supporter. They call Zohran a terrorist supporter for those reasons too. The fuck? The real terrorism here is what Israel is doing, for the record. That is the ultimate terrorism, genocide. That is the ultimate fascist terror. So in that respect, it is somewhat of a deal breaker, no matter which way you cut it. You are a supporter of it. You are anti-seaman. You love pirates, huh? I love that these guys, after I have been vindicated a million times over, still try to hit this fucking Houthis line, okay? Dog, the Houthis are an infinitely better force of good in the region when compared to the state of Israel. They are not doing a genocide. They are actively trying to fight back against Israel, doing a genocide. And therefore, they are on the right side, regardless of their domestic affairs, regardless of whatever the fuck their banner says. They are absolutely in trying to the best of their ability, as the poorest nation in the fucking region, poorest nation on the planet, as a matter of fact, that has been bombed into oblivion by Western interests and Western-backed groups like the UAE and Saudi Arabia, are still trying to hold up some semblance of international law. That's it. That's it. Yeah, the Houthis are not a belligerent occupier of Syria or engaging in bombing campaigns on Lebanese territory. They are trying to enforce a blockade against Israel to cripple Israel's economy, and have done so successfully. You can just get mad about it. You can just keep calling them a terrorist over and over and over again, but it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't change the truth. It's that simple. Okay? Asmongold is great, by the way. Awesome. You're not presenting an argument when you just say, oh, you're a terrorist and terrorism supporter is a deal breaker. You have to actually, like, this isn't CNN. You know what I mean? You're not talking in like easily clippable talking points. You should at least like try to approach subject matter by telling me why I'm wrong for this statement. Just block that trash? No, it's fine. The infractions, for the record, that the Ansar Allah movement has taken, or violations of international human rights in the process of trying to stop Israel's genocide, they are real. Those are real infractions, but they are not even remotely as major as like a thing that Israel does every single day. Okay? It's like getting mad at resistance groups like Jewish partisans for blowing up supply lines as the Holocaust was happening. You're like, oh, well, you know, these Jew partisans blew up supply lines that were taking food to civilian territory. How dare they fucking do that? Of course, if you were to say that, no one would take you seriously, right? But I think that's part of the problem. Or the French resistance and its sabotage and its infiltrations. That's the issue. You can't get yourself to recognize that these are just human beings that that find what Israel's doing to be unconscionable, right? Look, this guy said, wait, so it's good when Jews starve people now. Oh my God, dude. What a way to fucking misunderstand the point. Jewish partisans disrupting supply lines for Nazi Germany during the Holocaust was an objective good. Okay? They were moral and they were right. The fact that they were, you know, violating international standards that came after it does not change that reality. Okay? That's it. Those rules are for standing armies, not civilian partisans. I mean, true, but it still doesn't matter regardless. Even if it was a standing army that also disrupted shipments, for example, like the British did, the British Navy disrupted shipments to Nazi-occupied territory with regular frequency. And in the process, they also took people as prisoners of war, as hostages. They even killed civilians, often by accident. Okay? Because they were engaging in commerce and sending supplies into Nazi-occupied territory. That's even worse. Imagine criticizing them for engaging in this kind of behavior. It's fucking ridiculous. Do you understand? The only difference here, of course, is that you just don't see Arabs and Muslims as a whole as human beings. You see them as like barbaric anti-Semites, whereas this, whereas this other group, when we talk about like the partisans comprised of Jews and Slavs, or the resistance network in France, or the Allied forces and their military operations against Nazi supply lines, you see those people as human beings. This is where Orientalism plays a formative role in your politics. This is where the dehumanization of Arabs, the dehumanization of Muslims, plays a formative role in you refusing to understand. If you want a contemporary example, look at Ukraine.
It looks like troops heading into war. But this is President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown in action. Hundreds of federal agents descended on a small southeast Georgia community and raided a sprawling plant, taking away hundreds of workers in hard hats and high-vis jackets, most of them from South Korea.
This was a crazy moment, by the way. What is this? Such as what? They don't force anyone to fight. They manage humanely and with utmost consideration for their population. Sure, it's not a utopia, but I don't see any human rights violation for Ansar Allah, so-called Houthis. I'm not gonna get into it because it's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Okay, there's no that part of the conversation doesn't need to happen right now. It does not matter. Anyway, now we're getting to domestic fascism, colonialism turned inwards, fascism. Here in the United States of America, the Trump administration has sent the Gestapo police force to target a Hyundai facility, a Hyundai factory. And in the process, they arrested and detained hundreds of South Koreans, apparently.
Tried to escape.
They claim that these are visa overstayers and therefore illegal immigrants.
Some running into a sewage pond. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, say they were working illegally. Around 475 were arrested. South Korea's foreign minister vowed to support them.
Our president emphasizes that in the course of US law enforcement, the rights of our people and the economic activities of...
Dude, that change shit is so dehumanizing. And it's so incredible that they're doing it to like dudes that are working in a factory. Doesn't matter if they're Guatemalan, doesn't matter if they're Mexican, doesn't matter if they're Venezuelan, doesn't matter if they're South Korean. It is like there is no necessity for this, okay? Because at most, remember, this is a civil violation. It's a matter of paperwork, okay? If the solution to this quote unquote problem, which is not even a real problem at all, it's just like born out of hysteria, okay? But if the solution to that is just simple paperwork, you shouldn't be chaining these people. What the fuck?
South Korean investors in the US must not be unjustly infringed upon.
Trump believes migrants are stealing jobs from Americans, but the raid highlights a potential clash between two Trump priorities: boosting US manufacturing and cracking down on immigration. The president, though, was unfazed that the raid would jeopardize a recent pledge from South Korean companies to invest billions of dollars in US industry.
Well, for the record, everything is out of whack here because someone said, fuck Hyundai too. They use child labor in multiple places throughout Alabama. Terrible company. I remember because I covered it extensively at the time. This is true. Child workers were found throughout the Hyundai Kia supply chain in Alabama. Okay, this is true. Part of the cleaning crew were undocumented migrants, and many of those undocumented migrants were children. Okay? Now, what's important to recognize here is who is responsible for this crime and who is the victim. Okay? But because of our hyper-capitalist dystopia that we exist under, we treat the victims as though they are the real criminals, and we choose to treat the actual criminals, which would be Hyundai in this circumstance, as simply a victim of being duped by these criminal children. It's not the Hyundai executives that are in chains in the aftermath of a raid such as this one. It's the South Korean migrant workers that are in chains. They are the ones who are being sent to detention facilities. Hyundai executives and Hyundai profit seekers, however, get nice deals from the Trump administration. Do you understand? It's completely ass backwards. This is what I brought up with the raids that were conducted on that former cop, that like ex-police officer's fucking marijuana plant facility or whatever, right? They were just like, they were arresting and apprehending the migrant children and all of the undocumented migrants and documented migrants alike, rather than the actual fucking criminal in that process is like knowingly hiring the kids. What's the difference between what you're saying and what DeSantis tried to do in Florida? What DeSantis tried to do in Florida is exactly what Trump is doing, which is to prosecute and apprehend and criminalize the actual victims in this situation, the hyper-exploited undocumented migrants in the structure. How do you not understand? Because if the penalty for hiring undocumented employees is a simple fine, that's a write-off. It doesn't even matter. It's in the grand scheme of things, and the way that these guys look at it, is that it is far more favorable for them and for their profit margins to continue hiring undocumented employees, knowing full well that they're undocumented. They hire them because they're undocumented, because they can use and abuse them and discard them by calling ICE on themselves in many instances. And then they just go back and hire more undocumented employees, oftentimes from these same communities.
We want to get along with other countries, and we want to have a great, stable workforce. And we had, as I understand it, a lot of illegal aliens, some not the best of people, but we had a lot of illegal aliens working there. So, you know, look, they're doing their job.
On the same day, workers were being marched out of a plant in New York too. ICE officials took away 70 employees from the family-run facility. The owner claimed all his workers were legally employed. From farms to construction, kitchens to garages, workplace raids are sweeping.
This is the problem. I think at its like most basic understanding, this is the problem with launching an entire campaign off of a lie. A lie that immigrants are scary, dangerous, and don't actually participate in the economy. When you whip up people into believing this hysteria because you are not actually invested or interested in fixing some of these issues that people are experiencing, like the fucking housing market situation, right? People just like can't pay for housing. They become homeless, or crime born out of people's material circumstances, poverty. When you're not invested in doing that and you want to just like distract people with a militant approach towards some of the most vulnerable people in this country, and you beef up this white supremacist hysteric narrative, white supremacist hysteria surrounding migrants being an ever-present danger, your solutions are also going to, once again, be incredibly violent, incredibly cruel, and also harmful to the economy in general. That's it. That's what happens. If your whole worldview and your legislative agenda revolves around a lie that you designed for yourself, a completely racist, made-up, hysterical situation, then you, of course, are going to end up creating solutions that are simply exacerbating the major problems that you're avoiding altogether. The major problems that you're avoiding to solve are economic problems. So this is nothing but a violent, cruel distraction.
In America, but this one in Georgia is the largest of its kind, and entire cities are bracing for mass raids too. In Chicago, parents dropped off their kids for school on Friday, while teachers handed them flyers, not for a bake sale, but for their legal rights if ICE came calling. There's a major crackdown expected in the city on undocumented migrants. Residents say they're preparing for an invasion, not from enemies, but from their own government.
This morning, as the Chicago area braces for a surge in immigration enforcement.
For Homeland Security, we have a search warrant for the whole site.
On Friday in Georgia,
we need construction to cease immediately. We need all work to end on the site right now.
This video, posted on social media by a local activist, shows the Department of Homeland Security raiding a Hyundai plant.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is yet another anti-Biden spy policy. This Hyundai factory is seen as a Biden IRA EV tax credit victory. Is this going to be one of the biggest battery plants in the world once fully operational? In that way, it's the exact kind of investment Trump says he wants to attract but hasn't done so yet. I don't know what I just don't understand what the purpose of this is beyond just like sheer cruelty for the purpose of cruelty alone. That's it.
In fact, was the largest single site enforcement operation in the history of Homeland Security investigations.
The video inside of a construction site at their electric vehicle plant in the community of Elabel. 475 people taken into custody, most of them South Korean nationals.
This investigation is focused on...
By the way, this should be a somber reminder for Asian Americans who might have found themselves in the throes of reactionary sentiment that while many people think that they might be a part of the minority group that has like some kind of closeness to whiteness, you are still ultimately not seen as white. You know, you are not a part of the in-group. There is no such thing for these guys. There's no such thing as like a good immigrant, okay? That's it. That's it. Some racists, as I've seen here, are like, bro, why the fuck are we deporting Koreans when there are entire villages of Somalians up north? Okay? That's some reaction, okay? But this whole like model minority myth is concocted in a way to use like some marginalized populations or minority groups as a shield to do white supremacist nonsense. That's it. Ultimately, this is why class politics is a far better way to understand the ways in which commodity production works under capitalism. Because that's what this is.
Ensuring accountability for those who violate the law and uphold the rule of law.
Hyundai saying those detained at its site actually work for a network of subcontractors who have been building a battery plant. Also this week, outside of Syracuse, New York, federal agents moving into this food manufacturing plant. The owner saying he thinks all 69 workers detained are legally allowed to work in the U.S., and some are already back at work. And today in Chicago, there are signs of what could be on the way here. Boarded up windows at an ICE processing center where detainees could be held.
Pray for these men and women to have compassion.
A prayer service outside of a naval station, ABC News has learned, is expected to house federal agents, and fencing outside of the federal building.
They're just grabbing people. Everyone I know is scared. People are nervous to walk their kids to school.
President Trump indicating a federal surge is coming to Chicago, possibly today, but he won't confirm timing.
We have the right to do it because I have an obligation to protect this country.
Chicago leaders fear their city will be impacted like Los Angeles was in June, where ICE operations led to large protests and violence in the streets. National Guard and active duty Marines were called in by President Trump there. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker says National Guard troops are not needed here.
Part of their kind of nefarious plan is begin with ICE, cause mayhem on the ground, and by doing that, say that there's a need for military troops on the ground.
Yeah. Donald Trump today also posted some insane shit about this. He posted about how, he's going to militarily invade Chicago like it's sweet, like it's cute. Okay. But I want to, before we get to that further, I want to show you the New York Times piece on the ICE job fair in Arlington, Texas. This was actually a really interesting piece that I read, but this is the video version of it while I go pee.
A recruitment fair for ICE. I want to talk to folks and see who wants to be a deportation officer and why.
I'm a college student, recently graduated. A former flight attendant.
I did 8 years in the Marine Corps. Doors haven't even opened yet, and already there's a line of more than 100 people waiting to get in. I saw this event advertised on ICE's social media account. The benefits they're offering are pretty extensive. There's an up to $50,000 signing bonus, $60,000 in student debt reduction, up to 25% overtime rate. The Trump administration is adding tens of billions of dollars to the budget and is trying to make immigration enforcement really the center of law enforcement in this country right now. This is the Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas. It's usually a space for gamers. Today, ICE is hiring for a variety of different positions. The lines have been the longest for deportation officers. That has the lowest bar to entry. College degree is not necessarily required, and ICE is trying to hire 10,000 deportation officers. The signage behind me says, "Defend the Homeland." What were the attractions of working for ICE?
I'm very patriotic.
You know, guarding America, guarding the homeland.
When I saw Uncle Sam pointing that finger, I just had it in my heart. And you're thinking, look at this guy, he's an immigrant. He wants to become a deportation officer. Doesn't make any sense to you, makes 100% sense to me.
We're seeing a bit of the speed and scale that the Trump administration is trying to move at. They're moving people in and out assembly line style. They're offering drug testing on site, and they're even saying that you could walk out of here with a tentative offer letter to start a new job at ICE.
I was able to get an offer today. I accepted, and then I went and did all my process, my fingerprinting and my drug testing. Background check is next, and then of course training.
There's a lot of criticism of ICE and its tactics in enforcing immigration law. You can hear the protesters behind me shouting at applicants as they walk in, calling them Nazis and fascists.
Because they are. They are Nazis and fascists. Straight up. They are the Gestapo. They are the Gestapo. The only saving grace of everything that's unfolding is how utterly incompetent this administration is at actually following through on any of their fucking agenda items, and they end up failing spectacularly in broad daylight. So that's our only hope beyond consistently pressuring this admin. The only other thing that we can hope for is how unimaginably incompetent they are. Okay. But yeah, this is a great point as well. Imagine getting a $50,000 signing bonus to join the Gestapo, the secret police of the Trump administration. Meanwhile, teachers don't get paid that much in one fucking year, dude. This shows you where the priorities are. And yes, I didn't miss the immigrant saying he will deport other immigrants. I saw it. Yes. You seem to be falling into the maybe he got sick syndrome. What? What do you mean? No. I'm not. I'm not saying that maybe Donald Trump got sick and he'll die. I'm saying that given what I know about the way that these guys have tried to implement certain initiatives and failed to do so in spectacular fashion, it is not, it's not unlikely that they will also fail in this situation as well. They will not be able to fully implement. I mean, Mahmoud Khalil is a great example of this, where they bite off more than they can fucking chew. Even Kilmar Abrego Garcia is another example of this. But yeah, this was another part of the piece. People are apparently joining ICE recruitment fairs out of desire to specifically deport and beat up Indian employees of IT firms based on inflammatory information gleaned from memes. Tucker has also seen news stories and images on social media showing masked ICE officers aggressively taking immigrants into custody and heard the concerns that the agency is violating people's constitutional rights. But he said those reports don't move him. Things are posted for certain reasons, Tucker said. You can see the same story on different channels and there are different narratives. On social media, you are going to get stories that fit what you want to believe based on the algorithm. You'll never get the true story. Reports of rough tactics don't bother Aaron Eli either, a former bantamweight MMA fighter who went by the ring name The Cyborg. Eli settled on an IT career after his hip gave out. He limped into the hiring expo last week hoping ICE could use his computer expertise. He said he felt he was no longer able to advance in the private sector because the market is crowded with candidates from India willing to do the work for less. I keep seeing these memes where Indians are bragging about taking our tech job, said Eli 36. So I said, oh yeah? Well, I'm going to work with these guys that are going to arrest you, slam your face on the pavement, and send you home. What a perfect example of the age-old meme in broad daylight. The capital owners take all of the pie, give you only crumbs if you get it at all, and then turn around and say, you know who's actually taking the rest of this pie? Those goddamn Indians, those goddamn Mexicans. They are the ones who are stealing what you deserve from this big cake that I have in front of me. That's it. That's it. Desperate people, angry people, when left with no other alternatives, find themselves slowly but surely moving in the direction of fascism, because fascism offers a sense of comfort that it's not your fault, okay? And it isn't. It is not their fault. In many respects, these are structural inefficiencies, structural inequalities created to churn out super profits for our mega corporations. owned by people who will never see the factory floor, owned by people who will never understand what your day-to-day existence looks like. And neither side wants to address that real problem, that real structural inequality. So one side turns around and says, everything's fine, actually. Don't worry about it. Things are going to get marginally better. The other side says everything sucks, and it's because of Mexicans. They're stealing your jobs, but they're also lazy at the same time and stealing your welfare too. So a lot of people go, I guess it's the Mexicans. I guess it's the Indians. The labor market is dog shit for everybody. Okay? This is the same principle behind, like, post-NAFTA. A lot of these people, instead of yelling at the people that allowed your jobs to be shipped overseas, yelling at the random undocumented migrants that are also trying to make a living and are in a dire state, much worse than even someone like yourself. Okay? It always has been and always will be those who are the powerful that are designing society in this way. It's ridiculous. But unfortunately, it's not even a matter of critical thinking. I think it's weakness ultimately. It's vulnerability, it's insecurity, the assumption that, like, the hidden underlying fear that you kind of recognize but choose not to communicate, which is that you can't fight the powerful because you're alone. You can't fight the powerful because no one else will fight it with you. It's too hard. So then you choose to redirect that anger towards a group that you can actually affect the lives of in a meaningful way. And that gives you a sense of control. That's what weak bullies do. That's what fucking cowards do. Okay? You can extrapolate that to every other aspect of regular day-to-day existence. Okay? The leftist, liberal, woke version of this is trying to, I don't know, sanitize language or something. Trying to yell at a fucking Twitch streamer, for example, who is more accessible than your local congressperson. Right? You can't change the system, so you just look for something you can change, no matter how marginal. The right-wing version of this is, of course, infinitely more nefarious and infinitely more violent. And the difference here, of course, is that right parties, reactionary parties, will lean into that. In many circumstances, leaning into that doesn't even harm the hierarchy anyway. Transphobia and transpanic is a great example of this. Vulnerable population, tiny, minuscule percentage of the population becoming the primary villain of modern American society. Get the fuck out of here. You think it's because trans people exist that you can't pay for rent? No. You think it's because trans people exist that you can't get a job? No. Are they taking your jobs? Is that what it is? No. You just don't understand it. You think it's weird. You think it's gross. You think it's scary in some instances. And this administration and many others historically are way, they are so ready to vilify this tiny, minuscule percentage of the population and make them out to be the primary villains, the arch villains that dominate your lives. And that's it. And you eat that distraction instantly. It gives you a sense of comfort. Because deep down inside, you secretly know that it's not actually trans people. It's you're super wealthy. It's the system that was designed to churn out these outcomes. You were simply born into a family that is poor. You were simply born in an area that was underserved. Maybe you were told that you were going to make something of yourself. Maybe you look to your parents and realize that, you know, they worked hard and they were able to at least get a home. Now I can't. Why is that the case? But because a real alternative, a socialist alternative, is so far and virtually seen as impossible, if not scary, outright scary, because everyone tells you, these people in positions of power tell you, because they have an obvious interest in making sure that you're fearful of this socialist alternative, that it's actually really bad. It'll be like Russia, the USSR. They'll kill you. You'll starve to death. That you just develop this antagonistic approach to a real alternative that would genuinely improve your life. And in some instances, you think that kind of change is impossible. That kind of change is so far in the distance, and it feels like you're not actually moving in that direction at all. So you choose to make changes so that you can feel powerful in your life again, to have a little bit of control over your own life. And you do that by leaning into a successful movement that does actually target villains and chooses to fuck their lives up. The right-wing movement does this perfectly with undocumented migrants, trans people, women in general, in terms of bodily autonomy. And you think your life will improve as long as there's someone worse than you. But it doesn't improve your life at all. Maybe your life looks better in comparison to those who are now experiencing unimaginable violence, but it didn't actually improve from, you know, a decade prior. It got worse. And in many circumstances, these fake solutions that these guys provide, like mass deportation, unironically accelerate the worsening of your living conditions.
And even identifying them by name, they're looking up people's license plate numbers. So are you worried about being called a Nazi?
You know, I don't mind risking my freedom to safeguard yours.
ICE has become kind of a really polarizing agency.
Is this a father and son?
Yeah, he's really safeguarding my fucking freedoms by deporting a dude who's just trying to feed his family, and also doing it for pennies on the dollar, and feeding our families as a byproduct of that. It's fucking awesome. You really saved us, dude. Cowards, man. Cowards.
It reflects the big divides within America. It's a flashpoint for how people feel about Trump's mass deportation agenda.
But that's where we're at.
And guys, back here in
President Trump is hinting that he may send National Guard troops into more cities. At an event at the White House Rose Garden last night, the president said he's considering sending troops to Chicago, New Orleans, and Portland, Oregon. The president deployed troops to Washington, D.C. last month, but now there's also new controversy stemming from how the Justice Department is handling a surge of arrests and cases in the Capitol. CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarland explains from Washington.
National Guard officials tell CBS News there are now approximately 2,300 troops deployed here in Washington, and the D.C. National Guard concluded the week announcing their deployment will continue beyond.
I know a lot of Hispanic immigrants are somehow still under the impression that they're part of the team. Cuban Americans specifically, I know this from my own family. Yeah, with the exception of Cuban Americans, I think like a lot of the Hispanic population that thought that they were on board with this regime very quickly came to the recognition that they were not. They were actually going to be in the crosshairs. I mean, how many articles did we look at? How many anecdotes have we seen so far? How many people have I personally encountered in the wild as well that were like, I voted for Donald Trump, I'm Latino, I didn't realize they were going to take away my family members. I didn't realize that they were going to deport my friends. You know, they're just simply working. They're making an honest living. And the interesting component here is obviously, how the fuck do you get to that? How do you, as someone with lived experience that knows that undocumented migrants are not like rapist, bloodthirsty monsters, because you have undocumented migrant family members, you have undocumented migrant friends. How did you believe this lie? Okay. How the fuck did you believe this lie? And I think this is where my criticism of the Democratic Party come back into the fold, because there was no counter messaging against this shit. Okay. If there's an endless faucet of misinformation coming from the right, and liberals have no interest or investment in correcting the record and fighting back and showing the humanity of migrants, both undocumented and undocumented, then of course, even fucking undocumented migrants themselves are going to fall into this trap and think, well, there's some rapists out there that are undocumented, I guess. Everyone keeps talking about it. The Democrats aren't saying shit either. That's all the media tells me. So I guess we got to get these guys out. It was always built on such shaky ground, too. It was so fucking ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. Like the notion that the Biden administration and the police force and the federal law enforcement apparatus was not directly targeting people and properly prosecuting them and then deporting them if they were doing like decapitations. What are you, fucking insane? It's that simple. I kept saying it over and over again. You think cops are going, well, we arrested this guy. He's a pedophile decapitator of babies, but he also happens to be an undocumented Guatemalan, and therefore we can't do anything about him. Let's just release him back into the wild. That's not how that goes. That's never the case. That was never the case. And as I always say, it doesn't fucking matter if there's no, if this isn't a real consideration, if this is not a real problem, then of course the solutions are going to be fucking violent and also unproductive and not only unproductive, but like bad for the economy in general.
On this first month, some of them are armed, but the Guard is not making arrests. That's left to local and federal agents on the street. And as the weekend begins, the Department of Justice is facing new scrutiny for some of the criminal cases being filed amid this wave of arrests. A federal judge unleashed fierce criticism in court Thursday, accusing the administration of playing cops and robbers like children, bringing serious charges against some people, jailing some of them, only to backtrack days later and drop the charges. Judge Zia Faruqi said the Department of Justice is making too many errors, making sloppy work, and ruining some of its credibility, and noted how some grand juries have begun rejecting requests for indictments, saying the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington is creating crisis. U.S. Attorney for D.C. Janine Pirro pushed back on that criticism Friday.
My job as a prosecutor is to bring criminals into court and to try to prove my case beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm not into going back and forth with judges. I was a judge, okay? That's not what I did as a judge. So we need to leave politics out of it. I'll do my job. He should do his job as a judge and leave his politics out of it.
The mayor of Washington, D.C. has been supportive of some of the additional federal resources, but said having National Guard troops on neighborhood streets is unnecessary and un-American. For CBS Saturday Morning, Scott McFarland, Washington.
Out front of the White House is a blue tent that originally was put there to be an anti-nuclear tent for nuclear.
Take it down now. Trump orders Secret Service to remove radical leftist tent outside of White House. Radical leftist tent. Woke tent. It's a woke tent. The tent is woke. Yeah, we got the Zohran stuff too. Oh, here is yet another byproduct of obviously Trump's deportation policies and his tariffs policies as well. Horrible job numbers that spell doom and gloom for the economy. But of course, when CNN is directing a question to a Republican such as Randy Fine, one of the worst scumbags, by the way, should be in fucking jail for some of the things that he has said. Let's see what he had to say in defense of Trump and the bad job numbers.
We are going to have a big jobs report coming out, the August jobs report, in a little over, who knows what time it is anymore. It's 1:00 on CNN News Central. It will be coming out shortly, and we will bring it to everyone. When it does, are you going to believe the numbers?
I'm gonna look at the numbers. Look, the people who put these numbers together are human and they're fallible and they make mistakes. And if you go back and you look how these numbers always get put out and then they always get changed later.
It wasn't that they make mistakes. The reason that the president kicked out the commissioner of Bureau of Labor Statistics was he said that they were faking it. They were cooking the books, which there's no evidence of that. So do you think?
When the numbers are always wrong in one direction, you have reason to be suspect, and so
there's no
I
evidence
understand
of
that. What I can tell you is
it's when more the businesses respond and give the information and submit and respond to the ask from the Labor Department, then they can adjust what they have. It's like I get more information, we can adjust the numbers. That's been happening from the beginning of time. Yes, there has been more variable. That's for a lot of reasons, which they say fewer businesses are actually responding to these surveys, but that doesn't mean they're cooking the books.
Well, I think that when there's problems with methodology, sometimes it's intentional, sometimes it's not. But when the numbers are always wrong in one direction, there's reason to have. I think the methodologies were problematic, and we see this in all kinds of things where numbers always tend to benefit the left, and when the facts come out, they don't anymore. And so I think the president did the right thing there, and we'll see what these numbers are like today.
I can't begin to explain to you how much I hate Randy Fine. Like, God, he is so fucking, oh my God. Numbers always tend to benefit the left is also such a funny fucking take because it's like, yeah, dude, oh my God, I can't believe it. I guess reality has a left bias. So what do? Well, you know, facts tend to benefit the left. So what do? We just tackle the facts, okay? Just no more facts, I think. Nothing that's beneficial to the left. Fuck the truth. If the truth is beneficial to the left, then we say fuck the truth.
What I will tell you is I did 81 visits in my district over the August recess, met with manufacturers of all types, and they're very optimistic about the Trump economy. It was extraordinary. I met with boat builders and fishermen and all kinds of different companies.
Yeah, again, he's literally doing he's like, well, you are bringing up facts about the imminent collapse of the American economy, but have you heard of the feelings of a bunch of random people that I talked to that I'm just making up on the spot right now? They feel very confident that the future is great. Oh, shit, dude. Never mind then. My bad. Well, I thought I was talking to a serious person. Didn't realize I was talking to some random dipshit off the fucking street. You're a goddamn congressperson, dude. What do you mean? What do you fucking mean? Okay, my anecdotal evidence, I talked to 101 workers and they said the economy sucks. What now? One more than you did. Like, I love that this is the only way that people argue now. They just go, excuse me, I made a ridiculous claim, and then I'm going to back that claim up by making another ridiculous claim filled to the brim with anecdotes. Okay, well then my counter to you is that I have a larger number of anecdotes that I can present to you. What now? Where do we go from here? Do you see why this kind of argumentation is fucking idiotic? It's just so stupid.
And they're very optimistic about where we are right now.
It was declared that this is the Trump economy officially, though it took a moment. He still said it was the Biden economy for a bit. So we'll see what the Trump economy is starting to look like now. Congressman Randy.
Everything is just like made up. Everything is made up. Everything is made up. Everything's computer. Everybody transgender. Everything made up. Fucking awesome, dude. Actually, great. Spectacular. That's where we're at. Anyway, the terrorist tent that he's talking about is this. War is not the answer. Has a Palestinian flag. As of 10 a.m. Saturday, the blue tent POTUS order removed is still across from the White House, with organizers saying they aren't leaving.
Arms has kind of morphed into more of an anti-American at sometimes, anti-Trump at many times.
Where is this?
Yeah, it's anti-America. Why? Because the tent says war is not the answer. Sick. This is like when pro-Israel people go, how dare you say something so anti-Semitic? And then you look at the thing that the person was saying and it's, please, can you stop killing children? Let's say no to murdering babies. And then Israel supporters go, whoa, that's me. You're talking to me. I love murdering babies. How anti-Semitic of you. Someone comes out and is like, please, can we stop war? I hate war. I hate violence. And they're like, whoa, what do you mean? Violence is fucking awesome. I love war. Fuck you. You're going to get war now. I'll show you war.
Lieutenant?
Right in front of the White House on the North Lawn on the other side of the Black Gate in Lafayette.
I haven't known this.
All of us in here walk right by it every day. It is an eyesore.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Let me
Take it down. Take it down today, right now. Nobody told me that. So you're saying there's a blue tent?
It's been there for 30 plus years. It was originally a peace tent, but it's kind of morphed into something.
Yeah, morphed into radical left. Okay.
Well, but I've heard.
Is it in the Ellipse? Where is it?
No, it's in the Lafayette Park.
Why would a 30-year-long peace tent not be radical left forever? Being anti-war is unironically anti-America, though. I know, man. I know.
Lafayette Park. Take it down.
Okay.
Okay.
What's interesting about it is that people tell me it's a public health hazard because people sleep in there, they eat, there's rats, but also it could be a national security risk because people can hide things in there.
This guy really wants the tent gone. By the way, yeah, this example that I was delivering is hilarious because it happened recently in the Coldplay concert. Look at this. Encouraging you to watch this video and see what this professional victim calls berating. Lol. This is Yakov Langer says Coldplay invited two women on stage, then berates them and makes them feel bad. ... for being Israeli. He didn't mention the hostages being held by Hamas. He didn't actually treat them like human beings. Disgusting. Now Coldplay, not my expectation from Coldplay. Okay, you get pulled up at a Coldplay concert. I don't think he's saying something so radical. Let's take a look at what he said.
Where did you come from today? From Israel. Okay, well. Okay, well, listen. I'm going to say this. I'm very grateful that you're here as humans, and I'm treating you as equal humans on earth, regardless of where you come from or don't come from. Thank you for being here. We're grateful, and thank you for being loving and kind. And although it's controversial, maybe, I also want to welcome people in the audience from Palestine, because we have a belief that we're all equally human. And,
yeah, when you're a fucking psychotic racist, you hear this and you go, how dare you? This, like, if you pulled up a fucking Klansman on stage, okay, and you're like, oh, wow, you're a Klansman. Okay, well, you know, thank you for being here. I love you. Okay, you're a human. And you know who else are human? Black people. And then all the other Klansmen go, how dare you fucking say something so goddamn anti-white? Why don't you talk about all the rapes that black people are doing? They're violent. One of them drank in the same water fountain as me. That's it. That's literally what this is. Because Israel is a fascist state. It is a Nazi state. So, of course, all of the people that are defending Israel are also fucking fascist Nazis. But the point is, we have looked at the situation for years and years and gone, oh, well, it's the Jewish state. Oh, the Holocaust happened. So, like, people do not fucking see it in the same way that they see fucking Klansmen. But they sound like Klansmen. If you're defending Israel, you're no different than a fucking Klansman. You're no different than a fucking Nazi. That's it. How can you look at the situation and go, how dare they become so anti-Semitic?
yeah, thank you for being here.
Gato Fumador posted examples of anti-Semitism on Twitch from Dan Stalkman's new website. Yeah, I saw this. Not to give more attention to this dumb shit, but yeah. H.TV, the scale of anti-Semitism. Each glowing dot on this field represents 100 anti-Semitic messages sent in Hassan's chat. The visualization reveals the staggering volume of hate speech that persists in the community. Click any dot to examine a sample of these messages, uncovering the patterns of discrimination. Now, they made this like flashy website that try to fucking present this as like a reasonable argument that like there is so much unrestricted, unrestrained anti-Semitism happening on Twitch. One of my favorite ones, however, is where is it? I saw this one. This is really funny because this is from November 1st, 2022. At HasanAbi, Israel exit polls are out. Bibi is poised to come back. Fuck, 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 fuck. Which means that this community has been covering Israel-related things for quite a while and paying close attention to this kind of stuff. Okay? Bitch, Israel killed the hostages. Fucking hostages Israel gives zero fucks. They will kill another few thousand children for all they care. Shaking my head. December 4th. Also true. IDF literally tweets fucking memes of killing Palestinians and leveling their homes. These are the instances of anti-Semitism. Fuck Zionism, fuck children, killing supporters, fuck devil work. It's fucking dumb fuck Nazis. Suck my 10-inch Jew cock. October 21st, 2022. This, you can only arrive at this conclusion if you are just a hysterical person. This is one of the more heavily moderated communities on Twitch, the worst angle of attack. I know. Even if it wasn't, even if it wasn't as heavily moderated, it would still be a ridiculous angle of attack because you're like, you have to present it as like, oh, they're encouraging this kind of shit, okay? And ultimately, it's still... It quite literally is still just like a public space where anyone can fucking write anything. Did they just search the term Jew for that one? Yes, clearly. Yeah. This community and its moderation was so on the ball, especially with combating anti-Semitism, but all forms of bigotry, that it was literally ADL approved before October 7, for the record. Now, the ADL has always been an apartheid defense league, but before October 7, they at least like tried to present themselves as a real civil rights organization and therefore would say like, oh yeah, you guys are like, they weren't as aggressive in terms of making the anti-Zionist commentary a primary fixture of their advocacy. Even the Jewish Voice for Peace was not considered an anti-Semitic group until before October 7. They would say we're watching them closely. They would say SJP is anti-Semitic, but they didn't say JVP is anti-Semitic until post October 7, where they decided like everyone, including Jews, are anti-Semitic. Anyway, but it's pretty funny to look at a guy who just says like the basic shit. To look at a guy who says like basic shit, being like everyone's a human, including Palestinians, and then fucking lose your mind over it. Once again, you're just showing your ass here, okay? Oh, so the berating is too much for you? Okay, let's just call it disrespectful. Fine. He was literally defending them because a whole crowd booed when they said they were Israeli, lol. Give it a rest. Oh, you're from Ukraine? Well, big shout out to all the Russians in the audience. Yeah. Dude, you know what's really funny? That's the opposite. If someone who is Russian came up, okay, and he said, hey, by the way, you guys are human, okay? And so are the Ukrainians. Big shout out to the Ukrainians in the audience. No one would get mad at that. Everyone was celebrated. Maybe they might even get mad at the fact that he actually recognized the human nature of Russian civilians, like Russian citizens. They would get mad at him because he actually didn't immediately call them fucking orcs or some shit. Okay? That's the actual comparison here. Not the one that suits your argument, dumbass. I saw these headlines and assumed he chanted death to Israel or something. Come to find out, he said, I want to welcome all Israelis and Palestinians to this concert as equal human beings. Oh, the horror. 469,000 likes. if you look at what Israel has done to the Palestinians and think that like the Palestinians are the Russians in this equation, you are the most insane person on the fucking planet. And unfortunately for all of us, there are a lot of insane people who do feel that way. Okay, at least in the Western world, they're overrepresented. In the global South, Palestinians and Russians are also seen in the same vein, but in a positive direction, where they're both pro-Russia because they see Russia as like fighting against Western Empire or some shit, and they're pro-Palestine because they see Palestine as correctly, unlike their other assessment, they see Palestinians as correctly being victim to Western imperialism. But that's a story for another day. All right. Dick Zuckerberg, caught on hot mic cowering to Donald Trump. This is from Courier News. That kind of looks like they have the same, like, you know, Occupy Democrats. Kind of, not really the Russian part. No, I'm not talking about, I'm talking about why people always ask me, Hasan, why are there like random fucking, why is there a pro-Russia, pro-Palestine position, especially commonly advocated for outside of the Western world? Where does this come from? Okay. And I'm explaining to you, not saying that they're correct. I'm just explaining to you what they think. Okay. And it's not just leftists either. Like, there are fucking people you would probably consider liberals in the global South that would also come to that same conclusion. It is, of course, by the numbers, probably the most popular position on the planet, not by power overall.
How much are you spending, would you say, over the next few years?
Oh, gosh. I mean, I think it's probably going to be something like, I don't know, at least $600 billion through 28 in the U.S. Yeah.
It's a lot.
No, it's significant.
That's a lot. Thank you, Mark. It's great to have you.
Paying attention, but sorry, I wasn't ready to do a for announcement.
He said I
wasn't sure what number you wanted to go with.
Dude, I told you. What an incredible moment, dude. I told you, they just make shit up. They literally just make shit up to make him feel good, to make him look good. Didn't I tell you? Every time Trump comes out and is like, well, Hyundai is giving us $7 trillion. I've secured $100 quintillion from every multinational corporation. I'm like, that's not real. That's just made up. He's just making shit up. I fucking told you. I stopped 10 wars. I stopped 20 wars. I've stopped more wars than there have been wars. I'm stopping all the wars. Okay? That's it. Fucking awesome. During the Arab Spring, Obama White House thought that Facebook and Twitter were going to democratize the Middle East and maybe the world. Zuckerberg now to Trump. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure what number you wanted me to give. Also, this was fucking idiotic and a more competent, idiotic yet still competent assessment from the Obama White House, because what they considered to be a democratization of the Middle East was actually a redesign of the Middle East that suits America's interests. And in some ways, that already did happen. So I guess technically they weren't wrong. I'm just saying. So Obama 1, Trump 0 on that, in that regard. Not in a good way, by the way. I'm saying that it was, that was evil back then, and this is also still very much evil right now, just in a different way. It's just a more incompetent version of evil. Yeah. The Arab Spring was going to bring about democracy in the Middle East. How the fuck did we get here where if you just go to any Arab country and they are diametrically, the population's opinions are diametrically opposed, when it comes to Israel, for example, to the administration's opinions? Things are looking great in all the countries that America intervened in. So great. Tim Apple thanks Trump 8 times in 2 minutes.
Done an incredible job with Apple, little company called Apple.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Very, very few people have been able to do what you've done. Congratulations.
Hot, hot, hot.
Please.
Thank you, sir. That means a lot to me. I want to thank you for including me this evening. It's incredible to be among everyone here, particularly you and the First Lady. I've always enjoyed having dinner and interacting. I want to thank you for setting the tone such that we could make a major investment in the United States and have some key manufacturing, advanced manufacturing here. I think that says a lot about your focus and your leadership and your focus on innovation. I also want...
I too like dinner and interacting. Mr. President, Mr. President, I'm a big enjoyer of breathing air. And being around you has allowed me to continue breathing the air, and it's an enjoyable experience. I also like to eat food. Thank you, Mr. President, for serving me food that I can eat and consume and enjoy.
I'd like to thank you for helping American companies.
Bouncing on it like a Jamaican dance hall.
Companies around the world. This is a very key thing, and I really enjoy working with your administration on those topics as well, because I think they're so important to the country. I want to thank the First Lady for focusing on education. There's nothing more important than education. It is the great equalizer and always will be. And so thank you so much for including me. We are all different in some ways, but we all believe in the power of technology to improve people's lives, and that is the thing that binds us all together.
And Tim, how much money will Apple be investing in the United States? Because I know it's a very lot, and it's
yeah. Give us a number. Come on. It's so funny because every single person there is on the same tip. And I mean, that's a bit of a double entendre. Of course, I'm talking about Trump's penis here, but also simultaneously on the same like trajectory where they're just making shit up. They're making shit up. Just say 1 quintillion. Fuck it, dude. Who cares? Just have fun with it. If you're going to suck it, why don't you? I mean, you shouldn't spit. You should swallow, you know? Fuck it. Fuck it. You're slobbering on it. You're gagging on it. Crazy style bouncing on it. Might as well just get fancy with it. You know? Use the hands a bit. Say, I am investing $17 quintillion in the American economy. There will be more Apple production in this country than there are subways. Okay? Fuck it. Get the balls in your mouth, too. The Laura Loomer approach. Exactly. Fuck it.
You know, you were elsewhere, and now you're really coming home in a big way. How much money would you be investing?
$600 billion.
$600 billion. All right. It's a lot of jobs.
We're very proud to do it.
No, it's not enough. It's not enough. Make up a number that doesn't exist. What do you mean? Have fun. Have fun with it, dude. Everybody's putting 600 billion out there. Interesting. Mark Zuckerberg's looking at him like, okay, 601 billion. Bro, I thought it was a joke. No, man, they literally just fucking lie all the time because none of it matters. It's all fake. It's all fake. Everything is propped up by everything is propped up by one, the sunk costs they have in making sure that the market continues to move in a positive direction. So they just have to just keep playing this song and dance as though everything is fine. Everything is great. The ship is sinking, but God forbid we just take a cold, hard look at everything that's happening around us. If we do that, then once we recognize that the ship is sinking, then, the ship will sink faster. But if we simply continue playing the violin as the Titanic is sinking, then maybe people won't realize it is. Maybe we'll get on a fucking life raft before it's before everybody dies, basically.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Incredible stuff.
Zohran Mamdani, thank you very much for being here.
This was an interesting conversation with Zohran Mamdani where Abby Phillips asked some really weird questions, but it was good overall. We're going to take a look at this, obviously. And then I have the South Park thing as well. And we got new. DOJ says the names of two individuals who received $100,000 and $250,000 from Jeffrey Epstein in 2018 should remain secret after NBC News asked the federal judge to unseal the names. Nothing to hide, baby. Nothing to hide. Remember when I told you that it's not just about like who is directly involved as far as like engaging in acts of pedophilic violence, but it's also the real meat on this story also comes from who is financially involved with Jeffrey Epstein and why. Okay, I know that the sex trafficking of minors is understandably the most cruel aspect of this and is the most visible aspect of this story. And therefore, a lot of people just like hyper focus on that part. And I don't even fault them for doing so because, you know, that is the most consequential part of this. That is the most violent part of this story. But there are two things that a lot of people don't talk about. One is which foreign governments were deeply entangled. Specifically, Israel, of course, is the one that immediately comes to mind. We already know a lot of the details of this involvement with Jeffrey Epstein, but we don't know how far they were involved and what the history is there. But the other one is also the deep web of financial entanglements that a lot of super wealthy, super powerful people had with Jeffrey Epstein. And there's a paper trail for all of that, for the record. There is a paper trail for every single financial transaction. It's out there. Okay? Who was involved with Jeffrey Epstein financially and why? Follow the fucking money. That is the most consequential aspect of the story that these guys do not want out there. Okay? Just remember that.
So, Eric Adams.
But we'll get to the Jeffrey Epstein story in a second. Let's continue with Zohran Mamdani on CNN's Newsnight with Abby Phillip.
Is staying in the race. He announced that he is not going to take some other position he was reportedly being offered by Trump. Why do you think he's staying?
You know, I cannot speak to Eric Adams' motivations or his interests. I can just tell you that it's been a lot of noise these last few weeks. And we've seen that this is the specialty of Donald Trump and his puppets. A lot of noise, few results. And all of it distracts from the fact that 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty in this city. And so often their concerns, their welfare has been secondary to the interests of these so-called leaders in trying to figure out their own futures.
Do you think Trump's involvement in this race at this point is helping you?
I think it's showcasing what's at stake, which is the fact that we have a vision to actually help New Yorkers afford their city. And Donald Trump has a vision to try and rip apart the very fabric of this city. He has passed legislation that will throw millions of New Yorkers off of their health care.
Good messaging. Rip apart the fabric that binds us, the social fabric. Good messaging.
Ran a campaign on cheaper groceries and is now cutting SNAP for hungry New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs.
What about when, you know, Donald Trump has threatened to bring troops into New York? He's done it in Washington. He wants to do it in Baltimore, Chicago. If you're elected mayor, I mean, do you think that that's the first thing he's going to do? Because he's made it clear he's invested in what happens here. He's a longtime New York resident. He does not want to see you elected. If you are, do you expect that he'll get involved?
We will prepare for every eventuality. And I agree with what Commissioner Tisch of the NYPD said, which is that we do not need the National Guard here. The NYPD can create that public safety for New Yorkers. And we've seen an example of how to fight back against this federal overreach in California, where you had the governor, the mayor, the attorney general work together to file a lawsuit that a judge recently found that the federal government was illegally deploying the National Guard there. That's the kind of partnership we need to see in New York. And yet that's exactly the opposite of what we saw when Andrew Cuomo was leading the state.
So lawsuits would be your first step?
I think lawsuits. I also think the fact that we look at our own law department, which has been on the forefront of some of the most critical cases in the country, and yet it's staffed at pre-pandemic levels, not even at the level that it used to be before COVID. That needs to be brought up with 200 additional lawyers.
So in Baltimore, in the state of Maryland, just today, the mayor there and the governor, they're surging resources into the city to address crime, to address public safety. They're saying it's not anything to do with Donald Trump, but what are you going to do about public safety in New York? I mean, is there a responsibility?
I promise you I'm not trying to clip you here, but I've met a lot of resistance from people when I say, I like you because of your takes on Ukraine. I know you don't like Putin, but what's your general opinion on Ukraine today? Ukraine is absolutely destroyed, stuck between a rock and a hard place, between being under the sphere of influence of Russia and being under the sphere of influence of Western interests. That's my opinion on Ukraine. They have every right and a responsibility to defend their own national boundaries. They have every right and responsibility to defend their own safety and security, to maintain their sovereignty. But of course, the cards are not in their favor, given the fact that they don't have nuclear arms and therefore cannot remain a sovereign nation in the current order of the world. But most people, I think most people either fall into a more like hardliner camp on this issue. I'm not pro-Russia in any capacity, and I think it's utterly unjustifiable what Russia has done in Ukraine, completely. Now, the reason why a lot of people have this kind of resistance towards what I'm saying is because I think that they've just mostly fallen for clip chimps. It's another instance of like, it's the same principle behind like people that look to my takes on Palestine, where I was correct, but too early for their own taste. So they just have like refused to reckon with that. So they just go, oh man, like it's much easier for me to believe that he was just like pro-Palestine, but not in the right way. Okay? He's just not pro-Palestine in the right way. He was like into terrorism. He must be anti-Semitic. And it's the same as like people being like, oh, he's not pro-Ukraine in the right way, or he's not pro-Ukraine at all. He's pro-Russia, as a matter of fact. There's never been a moment where I've ever fucking approached subject from a pro-Russian lens at all. Same goes for China as well. I'm very critical of, obviously, the things that the Chinese government does that I think are unfavorable and unfathomable in certain instances, but it doesn't matter. That doesn't get across to people. The nuance of this conversation is lost because people want black and white narratives. Personal favors, he's a socialist for pussy. Yeah, that's another fun one. I've seen a lot of people say you're pro-Russia because you're a Crimea take. Yeah, what's my Crimea take? Me saying Crimea belongs to the Ottoman Empire first and foremost, or saying Crimea River? That's the entirety of my Crimea take. Again, not a single person ever actually looks at what I have said about Crimea and instead just relitigates the same fucking like totality of 8 seconds with like 3 to 5 second clip chimps. that are slapped together. It's more, no one ever addresses the things that I present, the evidence that I present when talking about what has taken place in Crimea. The simplest example I can give you is, as far as Crimea goes, there's a difference between the way that Russia came in and illegally annexed Crimea as opposed to the way that Russia has illegally invaded the rest of Ukraine. Okay? And the Crimea conversation is no longer even anything but an afterthought at this point anyway, because the American government has already entertained the legal recognition of Crimea as annexed Russian territory, and that's not even a contentious point in the negotiations at this in this process. The contentious point is whether or not Russia gets to take over even more territory that it hasn't militarily conquered in eastern Ukraine. They can't never elaborate. They just say your anti-Semitic takes or your terrorist takes, but they can't never quote what exactly you've done or the context of the situation. Of course. You seem to downplay how much Ukraine's failure is a result of the Trump admin coming in and fucking their support. No, it's not a downplaying. It's an accurate assessment of events that unfolded far before Donald Trump came into office. This is, I think, what maybe liberals are trying to arrive at. They're saying, like, any moment the victory was imminent for Ukrainian defenses, and then Trump came in and fucked it up. Did Trump actually accelerate? Certainly. I do agree with that. He did. He accelerated the situation in favor of Russia, 100%. No one could argue against that. Having said that, however, the Russian invasion, after the imminent failure, like the immediate failure, failing to destroy all of Ukrainians' anti-aircraft defenses and failing to take over the capital, ultimately through a battle of attrition, quickly turned into one that favors Russia. And in the process, a lot of people died, and Russia simply had more manpower that they could throw at the problem than Ukraine could. So the overall gap that Ukraine had with respect to like weapons, for example, or tech, or the limitations that Western powers actually put on Ukrainians and how they could use the tech that was given to them, I'm not so certain that would have made up for Russia just simply throwing as many humans into the battle lines and forcibly, through incredibly violent initiatives, push the battle lines directly into eastern Ukraine and then hardening their position every step of the way. Ultimately, the battle lines here are determined, or ultimately what will happen next in Ukraine will be determined by what happens on the field of battle. And that has favored the Russian position for quite some time, long before Trump came into office, as a matter of fact. I don't know where the pivotal change took place, but I think, like, for my estimation, what I saw as like, this is over, my like, this is over moment was probably the failed counteroffensive. That was, and then what completely solidified it was October 7, where America had to, give its most valuable ally all of the weapons and all of the attention and all of the intelligence. So it's not a matter of, it's not even a matter of Trump coming in and just fucking up the bag for Ukraine or whatever. It's just like, it's not necessarily that, like, it's not even entirely Trump's fault, which is crazy for me to say because, I'm obviously a very loud and outspoken critic of Donald Trump. But I think this is, I see it as a failure of U.S. foreign policy broadly, which is oftentimes uniparty anyway, at least on the broader strokes of it all. Owns a house, fake socialist, feels more like Russia is just doing what it wants in spite of Trump instead of it being Trump's failure. Oh, yeah, no, that is what it is, for sure. Absolutely. Russia is doing exactly what it wants in spite of Donald Trump's attempts, because Donald Trump's a fucking idiot who thinks that Vladimir Putin actually respects him. That much is clear, because if that wasn't the case, I think he wouldn't have undermined our proxy in this, the Ukrainian leadership, so aggressively on the global stage. That was crazy to me.
That you would
anyway, let's get back to Mamdani. Come on.
But what are you going to do about public safety in New York? I mean, is there a responsibility that you would have to actually make the city safer for New Yorkers, to address those concerns that are very real?
Absolutely. That is one of my primary responsibilities. And it's interesting that you actually mentioned Baltimore, because you can see in Baltimore that they've managed to bring down the number of homicides and shootings through an understanding of the very different tools you have to implement to actually confront the scourge of gun violence. Here in New York City, I would work alongside the NYPD to create that public safety and also invest in existing infrastructure we have here that is not at the full scale it could be. Infrastructure that has been shown to reduce shootings by up to 40%, and it goes by the name of the crisis management system.
You know, you've said you wanted to debate Donald Trump. A lot of people ask the question, are you and Donald Trump more similar than maybe you might want to let on? And specifically on this issue of socialism, even Trump's own allies, his fellow Republicans like Rand Paul, have suggested that some of his policies are socialist in nature. He took a stake in Intel in exchange for U.S. government funding.
Donald Trump is not a socialist. That is crazy. Oh my God. This country is so busted, dude. I don't know what to say. It's just maybe a national socialist, and those guys weren't socialist at all. As a matter of fact, quite a lot of similarities with Adolf Hitler and Donald Trump. Revoking citizenship to millions of people, or creating concentration camps to hold millions of people that are currently living on U.S. soil. That's pretty similar to the National Socialist. And also presenting himself as a left populist on economic policy for the chosen Americans, legacy Americans, Tucker Carlson calls them, white Americans. That seems quite a bit like the National Socialism, and also deeply antagonistic towards the socialists and the communists and the trade unionists and everyone else. That is a key part of the National Socialist identity, and Donald Trump has that as well. So I guess he's more of a National Socialist than a socialist at all, considering that the historic National Socialist movement was not exactly socialist and was deeply antagonistic to socialism, very violently, openly.
Funding. People have called that socialist. Do you think that that's a good idea?
I think that Donald Trump and I have one thing in common, which is that we talk about the need for cheaper groceries. The difference between the two of us is that I'm actually going to deliver on that. And that's what I think is so frustrating, is that he spoke to the needs that New Yorkers had, that Americans had. They truly believed that his promise of a cheaper and a more affordable life was possible, but he's shown no interest in that. You look at his economic policies, they have exacerbated that crisis.
But first of all, do you think that there are some things that Trump has done that are more socialist than capitalist?
I don't think there is much that Donald Trump does that can be understood through the idea of ideology. I think he does whatever it is he decides to do each and every day with his own.
The only thing I would say in this process, is something that Bernie has said as well, which is that, any kind of initiative that any kind of initiative that people take, okay, that potentially harms the profit margins, that works to give a better upper hand to the working class can be seen as not socialist, but a degree of socialization or anti-capitalist in general. Having said that, it's all a matter of what Trump does with the 10% that he purchases from Intel for the government. That's what matters here. And there is no indication that he will actually do anything. There's no indication that he's actually going to do anything that's pro-labor in this regard. Just as Bernie Sanders said, demanding a stake in Intel for all of the unlimited grants and the unlimited money that the government is offering Intel is perfectly understandable. But it's what you do with that stake that matters. Just like with tariffs. As socialists and as anti-capitalists, we are not against the concept of trade protectionism. We understand the complex global web of production that has been designed. Having said that, however, it is important to make sure that domestic manufacturing does not suffer in the process. Many mistakes have been made in the direction of global finance that has harmed the American heartland. Look no further than these ghost cities that now exist everywhere. Cities that used to play a formative role in American manufacturing now have been reduced to rubble. We must reverse these mistakes. Having said that, however, this requires bold, radical change to build a robust industrial base here in the United States of America. And in the absence of that, simply engaging in this false trade protectionist attitude has clearly been an abject failure. It's ruining the economy. If you have no real trade to protect, if you have no real manufacturing to protect, and not just manufacturing, that means you will have low-paying jobs in every city, in every state, but manufacturing that will bring back jobs that are unionized, that have great wages, great benefits, the real kind of jobs that made America the giant of manufacturing post-World War II in this boom that we experienced and benefited quite greatly from. A real redistributive policy. These are the things that America needs. These are the things that America needs, but Donald Trump will never deliver on. Less regulations is not a good thing? Wait, what? I never said that, but okay.
Mind as the centerpiece of.
On the rent stabilization, on the impact of your proposals on housing in this city, there's a lot of concern that it'll cause people to leave, that it'll cause, dilapidated housing, that it'll cause landlords to go out of business. But my question to you is,
oh my God, everything is framed so negatively. It's crazy. Everything is so negatively framed. God damn. Yeah, what about the mom and pop landlords, she says? Like, look, dude, we got to run this again. Hold on.
That crisis.
but do you, first of all, do you think that there's
much that decides to
the rent this city and
own mind as the centerpiece of.
On the rent stabilization, on the impact of your proposals on housing in this city, there's a lot of concern that it'll cause people to leave, that it'll cause, dilapidated housing, that it'll cause landlords to go out of business. But my question to you is, how interested are you in working with or talking to the private sector on some of these issues? Are you flexible?
I'm going to keep it $150. If someone wasn't even remotely worried, they would just say, look, man, for far too long, we've propped up these businesses. Okay? These businesses that require paywalling something that people need, shelter. Okay? We don't treat housing like any other security, even though we don't treat housing and people who provide housing, which is a ridiculous thing to say to begin with, but people who provide housing as people engaging in any other business. When businesses fail, they fail. But for some reason, when people are providing housing, we don't treat that as a business that could just fail. Okay? It's completely out of whack. If these businesses fail, we take them over. It's that simple. Okay? If these businesses do not abide by the standards that we have set to improve the welfare of all these tenants, then, sorry, we take them over. It's that simple. For far too long, there have been no government intervention in the field of housing, and the only intervention has been at the behest of capital owners. We need to look at this situation with honesty. We need to recognize that the overwhelming majority of Americans are renters. They're not owners. Okay? We have a real home ownership crisis in this country. Homes are seen as the only way for upward social mobility. Not to get Chinese with it, but in the words of Xi Jinping, houses are for shelter. They're not for speculation. It's that simple. Even an animal in the wild needs shelter. And we treat our own citizens, we treat our own neighbors in ways that we wouldn't even treat an animal. You see a dog out on the streets in the cold, and you bring the dog home. You try to offer the dog food. But when it's a human being, we literally just like walk past them. Now, my argument isn't to make it everybody else's problem individually, because I'm not a fucking liberal. My expectation is not that every single person on their 9 to 5, on their daily commute, turn into a social worker in the process for a brief moment when they see someone experiencing like a fucking mental health crisis. My solution is this is a systemic problem and it requires systemic solutions. This is not something that regular citizens are supposed to deal with. Okay? This is not a responsibility that like average Americans are tasked with shouldering. The responsibility of good governance. You know? We need housing for these people. We need permanent shelter for these people. They're human beings. It shouldn't be left up to charity either, because obviously Americans are the most charitable force on the planet, right? By the numbers when you look at it. And yet these problems persist. So clearly, if we're not insane, clearly if what's the fake Albert Einstein quote? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing 1,000 times and expecting different results. We're not insane people. We need to do something different. That's what I suggest.
In some of your views for what the solution might be to housing costs or what the solution might be to a lack of inventory? Or or do you think that they can't be part?
I know it's false. That's why I said Einstein did not say that. It is falsely attributed to Einstein. Guys, I said that already. I know. Why do you guys never hear me? It's a fake quote. It doesn't also make sense because you can't bathe in the same river twice. It is impossible to try the same thing 1,000 times and expect different results, because it is literally impossible to try the same thing over and over again 1,000 times. By the virtue of trying the same thing over and over again, you have become a different person. You have become better at trying the same thing. Okay? Yes, I know the Lenin quote is fake too. It's falsely attributed to Lenin.
Part of the solution.
I think that every New Yorker can be part of the solution. And I am not only interested, but committed to having conversations with New Yorkers across the political spectrum. And I think for too long, leadership has been defined as someone who surrounds themselves with people who are quickest to say yes to each and every idea. You have to actually encourage and create space for disagreement, because that's what gets you the outcome of results. And when we talk about freezing the rent for the more than 2 million New Yorkers who live in rent-stabilized housing, that happened 3 times before under the previous mayoral administration. New York City is still standing.
A bigger picture question, Tom Suozzi, he's a representative from here in New York. He often talks about you and Trump in the same sentence, but the suggestion there is that you know how to diagnose the problem, which you have on housing, on food, on childcare, but the solution that you're offering is all too simple. It's overpromising and in ways that you cannot deliver. Is there a risk that you might overpromise New Yorkers on things that you can't execute on?
I would call him a colleague, because we are part of the same party, the Democratic Party. And as Ed Koch said, a former Democratic mayor of New York City, that if you agree with me on 9 out of 12 issues.
No, man, you can absolutely try the same thing again without learning it all. No, it's impossible. No, literally. You will always marginally improve or get worse, but it will not be the same. By virtue of repetition, you have actually changed, okay? By even simply attempting something, you have actually changed. The only time where you're looking at an attempt is like maybe in math. Like, that's it. But it can never be the same. You as a human, bro, math doesn't work that way. Yeah, no shit. I'm not talking about math. I'm talking about human beings. Like, what do you mean? Here, I'll give you a great example that only community members here will understand. Gooning. You goon 10 times and you goon the exact same way, or you think you're gooning the exact same way, you're going to get better at gooning. You goon 1,000 times, you're going to get incredible at gooning, okay? That's it. If you're jorking your peanuts 1,000 times, by the 1,001st attempt, you've gotten 1,000 times better. That's a lie, pro gooner here. You get worse as you go. Yeah. I read this with Outliers by Malcolm Gladwell. Yeah, that's what he was talking about. Gooners that put in 10,000 hours become rank 1 gooners. Gooners that only put 10 hours are still better than gooners who haven't put 10 hours of work into gooning. They got a long way to go until they're ranked, though. You feel me?
Vote for me. 12 out of 12, see a psychiatrist. We have to have room for disagreement within a party. Otherwise, we just become a monotone that doesn't accept the innate tension of people coming together. And this vision that we have for New York City, it's one that speaks to the scale of this crisis, much in the same way that when the former administration of New York City looked at childcare, they talked about developing universal pre-K. Many people thought that was unrealistic. Now it is a fact of life here in New York City. That is going to be the same, not only for freezing the rent, not only for making buses fast and free, but for universal childcare from 6 weeks to 5 years of age.
A lot of polls saying different things, but I think the gist of it is that, in the race as it stands now, you've probably got about a third of the electorate in the city. First of all, if it were a two-man race between you and Cuomo, do you think for sure that you can win that race?
Absolutely. And I would tell you that I spent many months, including some where I was here on this show with you, where I was running for mayor in the Democratic primary, and we were told time and again it was inevitable that Andrew Cuomo was going to win the race. I was at 1% early in the spring of this same year, and then we won the race by
Wait, what? Oh, you clipped it already? You goon 1,000 times, you will be 1,000 times better. Okay, you guys need to stop.
By 13 points with the
and
most.
by that, I mean immediately stop everything and put that on fucking TikTok with a Aura farm. Okay, Clippers, get to work. You got to do an Aura edit to that instantly.
Votes in primary history. So we are very confident about defeating Andrew Cuomo, just like we did in June. And what is outrageous to us is not the question of the implications of these machinations on the race. It's what they show, the blatant disregard that so many of these politicians have for the welfare of working class New Yorkers, 1 in 5 of whom can't even afford $2.90 to ride the bus.
Your democratic socialism has been just the center of everything that people talk about. But in this country, there's a big debate about the wealthy, the uber wealthy, the gap between the rich and the poor. Just this week, Tesla offered a pay package to Elon Musk that would potentially make him a trillionaire. Do you think trillionaires should exist?
I think.
What are these questions, man? What are we doing? I mean, that's a softball, but even then, like what are we doing? Look at how we've moved beyond, like, should billionaires exist? Should trillionaires exist? It's like, brrr, things are so bad and they're only going to get worse. What is this? One of the most infuriating elements of liberal discourse today is the active erasure of the historic roles abolitionist and socialist movements have played in creating some of the few livable and often iconic aspects of America, including but not limited to liberalism itself. Yeah. Wait. Oh, yeah. I saw this one. This one was crazy. This is not even a question. It's a fucking attack. Fuzz Shaker is on the table. Bernie and Zohran are going to be live soon from Brooklyn. And we're going to be tuning in when they go live.
The better question is whether working people should exist, because what we're seeing right now is amidst this incredible wealth, we have people who are keeping the city running that have to now live outside of the city, outside of the state. There are New Yorkers who are living in New Jersey and Pennsylvania and Connecticut because they just can't afford to live here. Amidst all of that, we have talk of trillionaires. I mean, it tells you where our political priorities are. And that's what is so frustrating, is that when we talk about the cuts to SNAP benefits here in New York City, the throwing of millions off of their health insurance, it's not just a incident that has taken place in Washington, D.C. It is a function of the largest wealth transfer we've ever seen in our history of our country's politics.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely take the point that this inequality.
With all due respect to Hasan, but fuck Bernie, chatters, I can't begin to explain to you this fundamental role that Bernie is playing here. Zohran is not making Bernie look good. Bernie is helping Zohran. Bernie is platforming Zohran. Zohran is not platforming Bernie. Please stop. From your perspective, it might come across as like a person that you really like, a person that you have. Hasan equals champagne Zio shill. I love that you did the racist double S and then still turned around and said I'm a Zio shill. Bernie beat the shit out of me last weekend. Okay, if you're getting beat up by an 854-year-old man, then, you know, you're not going to make it. Come on, man. Come on now. Why are people against Bernie now? What did I miss? Oh, I mean, people are oppositional to Bernie for his firm commitment to liberal Zionism. He's like, a lot of people who thought in the past that Bernie Sanders was like actually presenting a radical change in the way that Americans view Israel were doing so because, you know, he was actually an anti-Zionist. And they're realizing that this old man is not an anti-Zionist, but simply a liberal Zionist. And that that was the extent, like the length that he was going to go to was like what he was presenting in 2016. And of course, the attitude has shifted quite dramatically, and therefore, people have moved past Bernie Sanders' position, understandably, because it is the correct position to arrive at. Like, I'm one of these people, right? I'm an anti-Zionist. I've been an anti-Zionist. And much like many other anti-Zionists, all the way from Linda Sarsour to Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, we all were welcoming Bernie Sanders, opening up the conversation as a prominent Jewish figure, a beloved Jewish politician in this country, being one of the leading voices on recalculating America's relationship with Israel. Okay? This is the truth, by the way. A lot of people who weren't fucking paying attention to this shit before October 7 are making it seem as though that was not the case. And a lot of people, I think, who were pro-Bernie before October 7 have felt a sense of shame for a lot of anti-Zionists who were pro-Bernie before October 7 have felt a sense of shame because of the way Bernie Sanders has refused to say the truth about what's going on in Israel, like Israel doing a genocide, for example. And I think that is the reason why you see people, that's the reason why you see people fucking take this stance. And by the way, this is huge as well. Rashida Tlaib literally responded to Bernie Sanders. Rashida Tlaib, again, another person who has always welcomed Bernie Sanders' endorsements and has stood side by side with Bernie Sanders. Now she's responding to Bernie Sanders' statement saying it's a genocide. Because it's true, it is a genocide. It is. It's a genocide that Israel's committed to. It's a genocide that Israel's conducting. It's not Benjamin Netanyahu's war, and it's not a war. Okay? Not a war, is a genocide, and it's not Benjamin Netanyahu's war, it's Israel's genocide. Having said that, people who stand oppositionally to like a lending hand that Bernie offers them when they are anti-Zionist themselves are silly, okay? Like, I don't think Rashida Tlaib is going to turn around and fucking shit on Zohran. I would be surprised if she did, to be like, how dare you stand side by side with Bernie Sanders, an incredibly popular, prominent figure